Nat 20. Oh, let's go. Hello, everyone. I'd like to first of all apologize for the microphone situation. I sound different. I'm in a different place. A lot's going on. I'll explain later. For now, I'm really sorry about sounding so off. Welcome in. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Gracie. And we are playing a new adventure. We're playing an adventure from Rainsporest Odyssey, which is super cool, and has been created by Nat Two Press. And we're gonna have a lot of fun today. So I'll have everyone introduce themselves. My name is Gracie. I will be playing Puddles. We'll go. Quincy, introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. I'm on the spotlight. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Quincy of Quincy's Tavern. I'm so excited to be here. I'm so thrilled. Could play a bunch of little silly little guys and roll some dice with some friends. Tonight I will be playing Clemeny Buttons Cuppa. He's a little creeper. He's maybe about 2 apples high, maybe a third if he wears boots. And he's a bard. He loves soup. He's not very good, but don't tell him that. But I'm very excited for this. It's gonna be so good. And I'll pass the soup bowl over to Ozza.
And remember, people don't know what Treeper is yet.
Oh, we'll introduce that later.
Hey everybody, I'm Ozza or Ozzaworld. I'm playing a light mind Quee rogue, who's an arcane trickster rogue. He's just a little guy. You can kind of see him on the screen right now talking. And next up is my brother Zag.
We're identical. Hello, everybody. My name is Waywardseon, and I'm playing Zag, and I am a Dualas. I got it. I'm a Dualas, and I am a barbarian, and I'm very new to D&D, so hold back your judgment till the end of the presentation, okay?
No judgment.
Got it?
I feel like I should
No
add
judgment.
on. Puddles is a ranger. I didn't think about that. Swarmkeeper Ranger is what I'm playing. Puddles McGee, also a treeper, like Buttons. And I'll give it up to
Puddles
Clay, our DM.
Hello, everyone. I am Clay from Nat Two Press, the 2-person team that's made this ridiculously long book about animals going places that they probably shouldn't go. There's a lot of things that I could tell you, and I normally would if you were in front of me at a convention, but I am lucky enough today to have a bunch of players that I can actually show instead of just telling about. So now that you've been introduced to them, I am going to introduce you to our world here. The sea of fog stretches from horizon to horizon, a thick white blanket of clouds that has obscured the world below for as long as anyone can remember. A narrow column of a mountain pierces the sea of fog, as solitary as an island in the ocean. A flat plateau caps this mountain, and perched on that plateau is a small village, perpetually bathed in sunshine. This is your home. The sun never sets over sunny Upside Town, and the town's colorful flags flash in the mountain breeze, a testament to the merry spirit of the townsfolk. The small population of dwarves, gnomes, treeper, dwalas, Quee, and Avagapo live peacefully together in sunny Upside Town, protected by their patron spirit, the cosmic crocodile. A natural spring bubbles up from the upper half of this town, sending picturesque rivers flowing through the streets to eventually cascade over the mountain's edge in waterfalls. The town is a herd of lazy, tame crocodiles who lounge peacefully in the riversides, basking in the sun. When you look out from the edge of the plateau, all you can see is that sea of fog stretching to the horizon, except for a single volcanic peak poking its head out in the fog of the distance. Townsfolk call this the Lone Mountain. No one has left sunny Upside Town in living memory, because you have everything you need right at hand. Farm fresh food, arts and crafts, fishing, a lively fashion scene, kite flying, boating, and more. To descend into the sea of fog means certain death and is strictly forbidden. But lately, the town's natural resources have begun to wilt. Occasionally, a villager reports the sound of what could only be a strange monster scaling the mountain just beneath the fog, spreading fear and doubt among the once cheerful townsfolk. Surely this can't be true. Nothing has ever come from below the fog. Our story begins on an always sunny afternoon, just like the rest, on the first day of the Cosmic Crocodile Festival. The smell of carnival food and music fills the air as villagers don their celebratory wooden crocodile masks and take to the streets to party. Little do they know of the lurking danger approaching this happy scene. The sun is shining on the villagers of sunny Upside Town as you all prepare for the annual Crocodile Festival. As I said, the grilling food fills the air, instruments are being tuned, cheerful voices shout, banners snap merrily in the stiff mountain breeze, children run to and fro with pinwheels and kites. Everyone is working hard to prepare the celebration of the crocodile spirit who is said to protect the town. And that includes the four of you. We are going to now see, each one at a time or together if you have an idea, how you're helping prepare this festival. We'll give you three options to go off of if you want to do that, or if you come up with your own, that is good as well. Option one, there's a beautiful old temple at the center of the lake, placed there to honor the cosmic crocodile who protects this town. It's a white octagonal tower jutting out of the lake bed, and the head shrine keeper there needs help carefully unpacking and arranging the fireworks by someone who knows what they're doing. Wink. Cosmic Crocodile Parade Float is a second option. It needs to be brought up to the upper area lakeside, up the higher side of the mountain, to be cast off. It's going to need steady, strong hands to push it up there. And last, the lake on the upper half empties down into a broad river, winding its way through sunny Upside Town proper. A wide wooden boardwalk spans the river at the foot of this shrine. It's known as the Sky Terrace, and it's a popular place for market vendors to set up their stalls, including Sally Mander, a local Treeper chef who set up a stall on the Sky Terrace to sell her brand new culinary invention, the Mandwich. And she needs help getting customers' attention because it has not picked up yet. And before I leave it to y'all, I will give a quick rundown. When I say Treeper, imagine a tree frog person. When I say Kui, imagine a grounded bird, usually a kiwi or kakapo type person. Dwalas are based off of Dole, these big red dog folk. You should see art of all of these things flashing in one of the boxes. I'm not looking, but one of the boxes around here, you're going to see art of them. But you'll pick it up as we go. With that being said, who would like to go first?
Well, you mentioned the temple up on the hill, you said, and then there's an
Yes.
old man prepping fireworks, and Zig and Zag have an affinity for sort of pyrotechnics and things that make loud noises and explode.
Oh, perfect.
So we're helping up there, but whenever he's not looking and we're not being supervised, we're sort of tying a lot of the fuses together.
I don't know if it's affinity or more so enthusiasm for
It's
pyrotechnics,
enthusiasm.
but we're
You are
grabbing the
s-
ends of fireworks and just lacing them together without mentioning it.
Awesome.
How are you tying
Awesome.
them?
So
Are
I
you
assume
tying
you're
them
trying to
little
do this
bows?
without getting
Yes, yeah.
cool. So you make your way over to the tower early in the morning because from experience trying to get into this trouble previous years that they start very early in the day, though you can't tell from our point of view if it's day, morning, night. It's all sun. So on the upper balcony of this white octagonal tower, mostly made of white marble that transitions into these charred black boards, you find Apple, the head shrine keeper, an old Treeper woman with these golden eyes and this almost translucent bluish skin, wrapped in a thick black cloak resembling a crocodile. Um, Now tell me, is this something where you've approached her and asked her to let you help, or are you just sneaking in when she's not looking?
I think that Zig and Zag are very helpful citizens of the community who are absolutely welcomed everywhere they go. I'm being sarcastic. So I think Zig and Zag probably asked to help, and she very, very hesitantly allowed them one small section where they were allowed to touch one thing. And we were like, yes,
They were
okay, we've got
basically
this.
given like the equivalent of sparklers,
Yeah.
and they're trying to sneak over to the big stuff.
Awesome. Yes. So you find yourselves on the second floor of the shrine. It's got beautiful views out to the lakeside on one and the town proper on the other. You are on the balcony facing the lake. On one half of this balcony has some of the larger pyrotechnics that have already been set up for the most part. And far away in this clearly marked section, maybe even with a little piece of tape that says Zig and Zag on it, you find maybe 5 sparklers and 1 bottle rocket. Apple is in the room, and you get the impression that she is trying to keep an eye on you. What are you doing to try to get your little secret firework show going?
All right, Zeg, if you maybe can like give him a distraction, and then I can sneak over. Because look, they've set up the big fireworks all wrong. They're going off one at a time, and we just it all needs to go off in one big boom, right? Otherwise, no one's gonna care. So if
No,
you
of
go
course.
over to Apple and just make a look at something else, you know, you could like I don't know, light a fire with the sparkler, something like
I
that.
think I've got something perfect for her to look
You got
at.
something perfect? All right.
Yes. So I'm gonna saunter on over to Apple, super confidently out in the open, just like, "Hey, Apple Mama, how you doing?"
And hello. Which one are you, Zug?
That's so close, Zag.
Right, right.
So, we've done everything you've asked, but is there any more help you need?
Definitely not. No.
No, are you sure? You're such a sweet, beautiful little buddy like yourself. You're sure you don't want somebody to grab something off a tall counter for you, or me to hold you up when you need to hang some decorations or anything?
Actually, if you're wanting to finally put some hard elbow grease in to help with our wonderful festival, I
Oh,
have the perfect job for you. I've
did I
got
say that?
two big.
Hard
Say
elbow
again?
grease? Did I? No. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
The perfect job for you. I've got two big, wonderful brooms downstairs.
Mm.
If you want to go and sweep off the deck for the market, that would be wonderful.
Um. Yeah. Okay. I'll I'll do that. Can you show me where exactly you want to go?
Of course, of course. At this point, with your ruse coming through, I'm gonna have you make a deception check,
Oh,
and
okay.
she is going to contest this.
What do I roll for that?
You
Deception.
should be able to see deception on your character sheet in the big list
Yes.
of.
So anytime I ask
Oh,
for
I
a
see.
check, there's going to be a big list of skills right in the middle, and it's in alphabetical order.
Got it. Okay. It's rolling.
First roll of the night.
It's very slowly rolling. It is a 14.
A
Ooh.
14. That is fairly good. She looks over you and says, why don't you just go and fetch the brooms for me, and I'll stay up here.
Uh, all right. Well,
That was a nat 20.
Oh.
Can I whilst they're having this conversation, just because I see like Zag is just uncharacteristically like struggling right now. I'm
it
going
usually works.
to I've never used this spell before, so I don't know. We're on the second floor. Is there any sort of vantage point I would be able to see anything on the floor below us, like anything in the room down below? Is it like a
Yeah, you could
staircase going down?
kind of see down the stairs, and
Can
you're familiar with the building, so you know that
Okay,
there's like books and shelves down there,
awesome.
a lot of like the building for the festival.
Something in my eye line that's out of Apple's eye line. I'm gonna see if I can use the gust spell, and
Ooh.
you seize the air and compel it to create one of the following effects. It can either use it on a medium or smaller creature, or create a small blast of air capable of moving an object that's not being held or carried, that weighs no more than 5 pounds. So I'm just gonna try and like push something over and make like a clattering sound down the
Oh,
stairs.
please.
Awesome. I'm going to have you can either roll a stealth or a sleight of hand check to basically cast the spell without being noticed casting a spell.
Okay, awesome. I'll roll sleight of hand. Oh, not great, but I do get a +6. So I think that's also a 14.
14. And you're just trying to knock over kind of the most clattery item down there.
Yeah,
right?
just anything down there that will make a noise, you know?
Awesome. You, as you kind of see the curve of the wall here, you line up the perfect gust, and with a whip of your little feathers, this gust kind of swirls and picks up steam going down the stairs, and then you hear a box that was just full of these large kind of wooden pegs used for building up signs and holding up flags and stuff go crashing to the floor across this creaky old wooden building. It makes a massive noise. And Apple, she turns towards both of you and says, 1 second, do not move. And she goes
Hey, you
hustling
know, it
down the
wasn't us.
stairs.
Okay, a second she's out of
Right,
sight.
right,
I'm
right.
gonna turn around and just see how many of the fuses that I can quickly
Go,
tie
go,
together.
go!
All right. Both of you roll sleight of hand checks to see how many of these you can get tied together.
Okay.
You got this. No pressure.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. A 16.
21.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I think the two of you, you have pulled this sort of trick all your lives. You are a natural at it. Despite Apple having been pulled on with these tricks all her life, you're just a little bit faster than her. You managed to get, you said a 21 and a 16?
It was 17. I forgot the plus.
17. Ooh.
Mhm.
Yeah, with those two, those are great rolls. We're going to say 5 of the medium-sized rockets get tied together. And you
Nice.
know from experience that just 2 of these together is going to make a boom that is above the level that Apple would approve of. So 5 you are quite satisfied with.
Oh, let's go, Zeg. And then I'm just going to rush back over to the sparklers so that when Apple comes back up, it just looks
We're
like
just
we're
like playing
the
with
small
them.
ones.
Perfect. You hear her kind of mess with those fallen items for a minute, decide better, run back up, and she eyes you. She says, "Okay, well, can one of you go clean that up then?"
Yeah, let's go clean up and be really helpful, Zeg.
Yay! Let's go, Zig.
And with
Also,
that,
can I
you
try
Go ahead.
and pocket a couple of the sparklers too for later?
You can, but she's already up here, so it's gonna be risky.
If they're already on their
Make
way
You
out.
can make a
I just
sleight of hand
figure
check
if she catches us,
advantage.
then that's the trouble that they were making, right? You know,
That's
like
true. That's true.
oh no, she caught us. Oh gosh.
Darn, our
All right.
ruse.
You
Yeah,
said with advantage.
just with advantage.
Excellent. That is a 17.
17. You almost intentionally showing a bit of greediness, you grab like a whole handful and try to rush past her. And as you kind of run under or past her arm, she snatches them out, almost lifting you off the ground and
Oh
says,
darn!
"Not this year."
You caught me. No trouble this year. And then I'm just gonna rush down the stairs.
As you run out of the building, you hear a concerned, But you make it away, as far as you can tell, scot-free. And with that, we will pop over to someone else.
So the other two
Quincy or
options,
Gracie.
aside from helping set up the sparklers, what were the other two options again?
You could help get the big cosmic crocodile parade float up to the lake. It has to go up some steep stairs, and it's going to require some strong hands. Or you can help Sally with setting up her sandwich booth in the middle of town square and trying to get customers' attention on her new menu item that doesn't seem to have caught people's attention as much as she would like.
I will help get the float up the stairs.
Awesome. Get that for you. Yeah, so you would actually, we'll say, as Zig and Zag run down the stairs, they run past you, as you are with a group of mostly these big burly wood carver dwarves. In this town, because of the nature of being on this plentiful mountain, that people don't go down, they have switched from carving stone to wood, and they are quite good at it. There's these beautiful orchards in town that provides much of the town's food. And carving is a big kind of undertaking during the festival. They get a lot of the decorations ready, and that includes taking care of this big, beautiful, kind of navy blue crocodile parade float. And you see a group of them all stretching and getting ready to lift this up because they know that it is quite a process lifting it up. Let me ask you this first. Are you early or late to help?
Oh, I'm really, really, really early. Like I am at least 45 minutes early, okay? If not an hour and 15.
Two very close numbers. Yeah, so you've essentially like you've warmed up and stretched, and like by the time you're done and you're just sitting there, most of these other dwarves come up and say, "Well, you're gonna get ready with us?"
Well, are you gonna get ready with us? And I gesture around to all of the bugs that there's probably like one bug next to me. And I gesture to that one bug. I say, "We've been waiting. You are so late. I don't know who you think you are, but I think you need to pick up a watch." That's it.
Come on now, those are expensive. Plus, it's no one's late here. We'll be just in time. The croc would let us know if we were late. But I'm glad that your bug's here to help. That
Yes.
should provide a lot of strength here. And they all
Yes.
kind of like poke each other and laugh.
Okay. Haha. Very,
And with
very
that,
funny. Let's go.
you're used to this with them, and I doubt that it bothers you much anymore. They, at the end of the day, value your help. You're one of the few non-dwarves volunteering for this process. Let's go ahead and get a athletics or a straight strength roll from you.
Me and my why did I choose this? I've got a negative strength actually, and I didn't realize that. That's a 10
Love it.
strength. 10 strength. That's a 10.
Awesome. You finish watching them stretch. You're completely limber. You're warm in the sun. They go to pick it up. They set you on like the tip of the tail. And how tall is Puddles the trooper?
Not very. She is, you know, probably about 3 apples shorter than the average treeper. 3.5, but
Apples is the main way they measure, so that's
she
helpful.
does round up to make herself feel taller.
Naturally. And troopers have such an advantage going on their tippy toes
Oh,
that
of
like
course.
you can
No one's
get
gonna
away with
know.
it. Uh, that being said, on a 10, with all these burly dwarves helping do this physical labor, you go to help pick up the tail, and the tail picks you up. Your froggy little fingers wrapped around it, your feet just barely dragging the ground. And they start giggling. It seems that they are intentionally doing this. They could hold it a little lower if they wanted.
Hey, real funny, guys. Real funny. I can okay, yep. Keep lifting. You guys are doing great. Yeah. Woo! This is a real feel the burn. Feel the burn. Whew.
they they all laugh, and then one of them starts to stumble, and they immediately get into, hey, watch where you're going. No, did you see there's a rock right there? And they are getting into it. It seems they need someone to help calm them down and get them back on track.
Um, you know, um, didn't we just say that the cosmic crocodile tells us when if we're going too fast, so let's slow down, right? Yeah. Let's listen to the cosmic crocodile. I
Awesome.
bet they placed that rock there on purpose, just for you, to remind you to be slow and mindful and slow. So let's slow down.
That's awesome. Give me a what would this be? A persuasion check with advantage.
Oh, yay. That would be either a runaway die. 19. That was a good runaway die.
Ooh.
19.
19 is good. With a 19, they all kind of stop and they quiet down to look at each other. Then they all give a nice belly laugh again and say, you know what? You're right, Puddles. You are right. And every year, this is why we gotta have you here. Sometimes it's not about brawn, it's about whatever you have.
Yep. Yep. It's that I have brawn. I don't know why you would, you know, assume otherwise. But yes, I have a lot to offer, including let's keep going. Let's just keep going.
Why don't you get at the front and spot for us? See
Oh,
if you can avoid those
well, I
rocks.
can do that. I'm good at not tripping on things. I'll like let
Perfect.
go and just like weave through them up to the top.
Awesome. Then you can give me either an investigation or a perception check to spot them the rest of the way up to the lake.
Ooh, I will do a think a perception. Let me put my skills. I will do a perception. That is a 9. Not
9.
very perceptive today.
So here's what happens. For most of the way, you get them up to this kind of steep switchback little path that they have to get up. This is the hardest part. And this part you actually get them through safely. Um, Due to your early arrival, you made sure to sweep this area for rocks to begin with to make sure there were no tripping hazards. But that was as far as you got because you had to make sure that you were there to prove that you got there early. So you came
course.
back just in time.
Of course.
You get up that switchback, and as soon as you turn around, satisfied that your efforts were fruitful there, you turn around with a big smile and trip backwards, taking the momentum of this with you. And you just kind of get smeared through the mud a little bit. They catch it back and have to toss it forward. And this is a very large, like at least 15, 20-foot long, like solid wood float. They use it every year as a log roll competition as the fireworks are going off to see who gets to be the honored warrior of the cosmic crocodile this year. So it's quite heavy, but luckily it can at least roll. And the mud is so soft here that rather than getting smashed by this float, you kind of just go into the mud, which for a treeper could be worse. Could be worse. They
I'm
managed to get
okay.
it the rest of the way into the lake.
I'm okay.
That's right, you are. And they're kind of like patting you on the head as you're pulling yourself out of the mud, and they kind of jog past to get this thing into the lake.
She makes sure she's wearing a very, very large floppy sun hat that has a big bow on the back. And this is something she always wears because it is always sunny and sunny upside down. Um,
This is
so
true.
so she's had this big hat on, and at this point she's just gonna try and brush off the mud and fluff it back into its normal floppy shape.
Perfect. And you know that in Sunny Upside, a muddy lake makes up most of the town. So the fashion designers have put in a lot of effort into waterproof and mudproof clothing. So it's not too hard to get off.
Perfect.
And you're able to have it basically clean by the time you get back to the switchback. And one of them waves to you as you start taking off and say, "Thanks again, Miss McGee."
Anytime to help. And I will
And you
just
make your way
carry
back
on.
down towards the center of town.
Perfect.
Quincy, where do we find your character?
So the third option was to help Sally with.
Right, but I think you had another idea in mind, didn't you?
So describe Sally's setup. Like what are we seeing here at
You
the food
got
stall?
it.
Yes.
Hmm. So Sally, she is the owner of the cafe, the biggest restaurant in town, which has just been rebranded to Sally's Mandwiches due to her new Mandwich menu items. You see that on this wide boardwalk with the big sun painted on the ground in the middle of it, she has by far the biggest food stall. It's this four-sided wooden booth. You can kind of think of those like yakisoba carts with the little benches on the sides and stuff.
Ooh.
So cute.
And she's got like lots of these little hanging pans and a little deli glass, and she's got these big pitchers of brightly colored liquids that are bubbling and fizzing. And she's rushing around behind the counter. Some salamander, you might guess, though a treeper is more of a salamander than a frog, and she's opening an oven with her tail and moving things around very quickly. And I think most notably, you would smell this interesting scent that you've started to pick up, the smell of cooking mushrooms, a new delight to this town, an ingredient that has only just been discovered. And she's handing off a small delivery to a young Furry Dwala's boy to go deliver to one of her customers.
Amazing. So as Sally's busy working behind her booth, kind of probably in the peripheral, you would hear a rickety wheelbarrow with probably like a loose wheel, very very squeaky, with like bells on it, and just kind of the clanging of pots and pans as Cremini Buttons Gupper comes rolling in with his wheelbarrow of just like there's like a pot in there, and it's just like just like a very like hand drawn, almost like with a crayon sign on the side of Button's barrel of deconstructed soup.
Deconstructed soup.
It's fancy. It's a new thing. So as he comes up, you hear Jings like puts it down. Poof. Well, hello, Miss Sally Mander. What you got?
How's it
over there?
going?
Oh, just getting set up for the cosmic crocodile festivities with my newest invention, deconstructed soup. It's the best. I do say so
Oh.
myself. hmm
What did you deconstruct about it?
It's deconstructed soup. What's there to explain? You got like what goes in soup. You just serve it separately. You call yourself a chef,
Oh.
Garth? What are you cooking? It smells very toxic.
Not for long. I'm cooking up some of my, well, you may have heard, though you may not have heard good things yet, which I'm working on. My new manwiches. These little, and she holds up this, like, it's not too big, maybe, about a softball size, but it's got this kind of weird greenish cap and these little bits of spores puffing off of this old-looking mushroom. And she says, these things started sprouting up on the edge of town near my shop, so I picked them up and I sniffed them and they smelled real bad, but sometimes that means that it'll actually be good when you cook it. And actually it is, though no one believes me.
Wait. Yeah, I can't get past the name. You call them manwiches?
Yeah, mushroom sandwiches.
And they say I'm crazy.
They
So,
do.
I mean, yeah, call them manwiches. Made with real boys. Okay. Anyway,
Hold on
so
there. I don't try to disparage your business.
I'm not disparaging. I'm insulting.
Maybe both.
Let's get this thing straight here. So, well, good luck to you, Miss Sally Mander, and your rebranding. Whoever heard of mushroom soup sandwiches? That's crazy. I will be over here making a killing at this cosmic crocodile. Be sure to have me as competition.
She kind of hands on her hips, stares at you for a minute, a little dumbfounded, and then says, well, as long as you keep your slop out of my spot.
Buttons is gonna kind of just like puff up real big and kind of just like his cheeks fill up with like air. And he just lets out this like little like weak ribbit and just kind of hops away and kind of like kicks the dirt as he goes with his little wheelbarrow jingling away, and he kind of just sits up in his little like corner that's just kind of like been slightly reserved for him, but he just kind of like backs up in there and is like, come get your soup, at least it's not manwiches.
And with that, why don't you make me a persuasion roll to see through that interaction whether the undecided customers followed you back for your soup or stayed for manwiches.
Ooh, persuasion. As a bard, I'm pretty persuasive with my charisma. That is a +5 on 14, so 19 total.
19 total.
Deconstructed tomato soup. You get your water and your tomatoes separate. You put them together, you're crazy. It's the newest thing. Welcome to Criminy Buttons Gupper's Gastroenterology. A fancy
As
word.
you are spouting this out, it is a fancy word. As you're spouting this off, people are starting to listen and kind of look your way, and then your heart drops as you see Sally reach up into the upper part of her booth and pull down this wooden megaphone and start overshadowing you with a 20. Come on, everybody! You don't have to construct my food. I do it for you. And out of a group of maybe 10 people who are on a break from these preparations, 3 of them come to you, and the other 7 go to Sally.
Well, I never. I think the NPCs be cheating. Anyway, hello, beloved customers. And he starts
You
serving
see
the
a
people.
group of three teenage water gnomes with this kind of long, curly blue hair and these pointy green hats decorated with little motifs of birds and crocodiles. They say, "Well, what's like a comparison point? Because I've never had anything like this. I don't think."
I promise you, you've had everything like this, just different. This is exactly what you've had before, but different later. He just nods.
Oh.
Yeah. So, would you like?
And they-
What can I get for you? What kind of soup you want? I can make any soup you want.
The house special.
The house special. We call this salted water. And I'll cast the cantrip Meph's Magic Pan, which is a new cantrip from Rainsporest Odyssey, and it says, I reach into the ethereal mist between worlds and retrieve a battered but perfectly seasoned cast iron frying pan with a foot wide cooking surface. The legend said this pan was once owned by a less beloved stepbrother of a famous magician. Food cooked in this pan always seems to taste better than average, and a surprising variety of dishes can be cooked using it. For the next hour, any roll adds +5 related to cooking. So I'm gonna take the pan, and it doesn't say it cooks with it, but I'm gonna put Criminy puts water in it, special ingredient salt, pink Himalayan salt. It's very boozy, very boozy. And because it's getting a little crazy in here, put pepper in it too. So makes it soup, salted water.
Awesome. Why don't you make a sleight of hand check, or if you have a better skill for your cooking, to see how this comes out.
We'll work with the sleight of hand and see what the D&D Beyond tells me. Oh, it's a 12 plus 4, 16.
And then plus the 5 from the pan.
Plus 5 from the pan, 21.
21.
Plus 5 is crazy.
With this magic pan, you dip it into your wheelbarrow full of deconstructed soup. And despite having so few ingredients in this pot, which they can see in plain day, somehow the color starts to change in this pan, and it cooks like it comes to a boil immediately. And it comes together in a way that surprises maybe even you. And you pour it into several little wooden bowls. They take it. Oh, this is like soup.
It's exactly like soup. Come back tomorrow and my special stone soup.
Oh,
Made with real stones.
real stones. I have to tell my mom about this.
Yes,
And
tell everybody.
They take off with your bowls.
Oh,
He
no.
eyes Sally's stand and sees if she has bowls.
She does have bowls.
Oh,
Sounds like
Maybe I'll get Zig and Zag for that. Anyway.
yeah.
Awesome. With that, you all are roughly in the same area, the main center of town. The sun is shining here, and you hear the sound of a reedy wooden whistle pierce the air. Goodburl the dwarf, who's organizing the volunteers, is calling you all back to the Sky Terrace to receive your next task. This is something that usually happens within the last couple of hours of preparation for the festival, and even if you're not directly taking orders from him, it's generally kind of common courtesy to join the group here, which, unless you say otherwise, I'm going to assume all of you do. And he is waiting at the arranged meetup point agreed upon every year, the enormous golden sun that is painted in the middle of the Sky Terrace. The wooden boardwalk spanning the central river is what we're talking about. It's covered with many happy villagers going about their day, carrying supplies to and fro for the upcoming festival. When you arrive, you see Goodburl at the center of this small crowd of volunteers. He's a tall, tan dwarf wearing an enormous yellow sun hat and matching shirt beneath his overalls. And as you approach, he seems satisfied with the group and says, "Good! Now that we're all here, it's time to get to the most exciting part of festival preparation. And that, of course, it..." But he's interrupted by the sound of splintering wood. A hole explodes through the wooden sun painted on the boardwalk, pierced by a dripping, tooth-lined maw, sending volunteers running and screaming in panic. A huge, flaming red salmon bursts out of the water in a mighty arc, crashing down on the boardwalk and snapping ferociously at anyone nearby. Long, thin, black mushrooms sprout from its body, and they send burning hot sparks flying from their caps. Everyone please roll initiative.
Dun, dun,
Whoa.
oh
dun.
boy.
Good thing you're so strong, so it should be fine.
As it first jumps out of the water, Zig is going to turn to Zag and be like, I didn't do that. Did you do that? Did we do that? I don't remember doing. I don't
I don't
remember
think we
setting that
did
up.
I rolled intelligence by accident.
Button's got a 12 for initiative.
Got it. What else we got?
Mine's still landing.
15 for Zig.
15 for Zig.
I think I got a 2.
2 for Zag.
Mhm.
Cool.
Just put me last. Unless we're. Can I add my dex modifier to this, or are we going with a nat
So
1?
you can add it as when you roll with initiative, it's Dex modifier.
Awesome. Well, let me just add my dex to that, because otherwise I rolled a nat 1. 4. 4.
Ah, nice. 4, which is better than a 2,
Uh-huh.
and that is
Mhm.
4
Oh, no.
puddles. All right, get that down. All right, with that, let's go ahead and move over to Roll20 and get on our combat map.
Awesome.
Well,
Woo!
violence.
Real quick, Gracie, which of these unclaimed frogs do you want to be on the Roll20 page?
The one with the happy hat. Wait, which one's claimed actually? Is the
The
one with
ones that show names on them.
I don't see any names on them at the moment.
Huh. Okay. Well, the 3 up at the top are claimed.
Okay, perfect. I'll do the one in the center.
This one here?
Yeah, that one.
Perfect. Grab you control real quick. This one is Puddles.
This is very exciting and very nerve-wracking. I've rolled terribly so far today. Just need to
But
get
I
it
got
out
a
there.
2.
I have had
There's
the most successful low rolls.
There's
So
time to turn it around. We're fine.
yeah.
All right, let me get you all onto this map here. All right, you should be able to see the Sunny Upside battle map.
Whoa.
now.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Whoa! Whoa! Sorry, that was
Nice.
really delayed.
No, you're all good. I appreciate it. This was a playtest map that I came up with, so it's not even the final book version.
Cool.
So cute.
All right, and you said y'all are not able to see the names under the characters.
I see
No.
I
my
can see
own,
mine.
but that's a bit.
I only see mine as well.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fine. We can roll with that. And you can see the salmon in the middle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Totally can see
Perfect.
it.
Freaky.
Cool.
That's a
Well,
salmon.
very first in initiative is going to be Zig.
Let's go, Zig!
So we've seen a fiery salmon just crash through a wall. Did you say?
Through the floor. It came
Through the
right up from
floor,
under you
okay,
because you're
okay.
on like a big boardwalk.
Okay, as soon as Zig confirms with Zag that they are not in fact responsible for this,
It's not ours.
I think they'll probably. I think you just charge towards it and start attacking it with their rapier.
Great.
So that is.
Should have control of your characters, so feel free to move on the map according to your movement.
Ooh.
Amazing.
Just dart forward, and that is a nat 1.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's beautiful. And you're attacking with what weapon?
A rapier.
Cool. You, after taking a moment too long to confirm with Zag that this was neither of your doing, you turn and go to stab, and your rapier gets caught in these black obsidian teeth, and it clatters around. You have to pull it back out, nearly dropping it in the water that it opened up beneath it.
Uh-oh.
That is your action. You've still got movement left and a bonus action. Anything else you want to do?
I think they'll use their cunning action to disengage and run immediately behind like Zag for protection. And she's like, Zag, grab my sword, Zag. I don't know what to do.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
Awesome. That is it for Zig. So we're gonna go to buttons, and I'll clarify that the rectangles you're seeing are like tables set around the sun on the ground, and then Sally is in her booth there.
Cool, amazing. So, remind me if I heard this correctly. Salmon took the rapier.
No. It almost did, but
Okay.
they still have the rapier. I'm not
No
gonna
worries.
start turn one with taking someone's weapon.
It'd be really
Just
funny.
drop
Okay.
it in the river.
So, what am I seeing here with the salmon here? Did it come like out of the water onto land kind of situation, or is it coming up through?
So it is coming through. So it like destroyed the boards in the space that it's in that have like crashed into the river. And we're obviously kind of like mid action, so it's
Sure.
kind of bursting up as you are moving.
Oh, amazing. So if it's bursting up, I would like to use a bonus action cantrip and shape water because I am because of my bardic, the silver tongue, I can shape water and I can freeze water provided there's no creatures in it and 5 foot. So like as it comes up, I want to freeze the water under it.
Oh,
So it
that's
can't go
fun.
down.
Smart.
So I want it to kind of
Very
flop
nice.
onto the land. So as it flies up, you kind of see Cremity be like, "Ah, mine!" And he freezes the water underneath the fish, if I can do that.
Awesome. Yeah, it is definitely going to happen. We'll have a roll for basically like how perfectly you get the placement of the water.
Amazing, sure.
So give me, it could be an Arcana, or if you have another idea, I could see sleight of hand since it's kind of aiming the magic.
If I would ask for sleight of hand selfishly because I have a bonus to that.
Go for it.
So it's only a +4, but it's a 10 total.
A 10 total. Not bad. Yeah, we see as this thing bursts up, like the moment that its tail leaves the water, you cast this spell down and you see frost start to form over the water, which is quite a rare sight in this town, I might add. And it freezes immediately. It's kind of jostled by the moving water underneath it, so it doesn't perfectly fill that space, but it is certainly going to land hard when it comes down.
No worries. Sounds good. So as it's kind of like up in the air, bonus action, freeze the water. I'd like to use my movement to run in and with like he pulls out like a paring knife from his cook's utensils, and I want to dagger it and go ahead and attack it with that. And he kind of looks at Salamander and be like, "Dibs!" It's 11 to hit.
An 11 is not going to hit.
And he still dibs.
That's fine.
That'll
Alright,
be his
anything else?
turn. That'll be his turn.
All right. Button's turn is over, which brings us to Puddles.
Oh, goodness. Okay. So she kind of panicked when she saw this and waited until, everyone else kind of got moving before she realized, oh, shoot, I need to do something too. So she is going to cast. She's going to panic and cast Fairy Fire.
Nice.
On this thing, and it's just gonna. Everyone is gonna see this green light just kind of shoot out of panic. Oh gosh! And it has to make a dexterity saving throw. Hopefully it
That's
doesn't.
going to be a nat 1.
Let's go! Passing along this nat 1
High
curse.
highs and low lows today.
So any attack roll against the creature will have advantage if the attacker can see it. So,
Awesome.
and then
And this is this
yeah.
one of your Swarm Keeper abilities?
Yes.
Is this like
It
the
is.
bugs lighting it up?
It is.
Like little
Lots
fireflies?
of fireflies are just kind of like dazzling around it. And she's gonna go,
Awesome.
"You guys got this!" And she's gonna duck behind a table. That's her turn.
Sweet. I'm going to put this little green dot on it to remind us that we have that effect up. And yeah, you all see these little green fireflies, which again, not something that really appears in this town, swarm out from Puddles and just kind of flock all over this thing, buzzing and bothering it and making it quite hard to ignore because this green light's bouncing off of these hot flaming scales. But At the end of Puddle's turn, we get to this fish's turn. The salmon is going to first make a dexterity saving throw to see if it can avoid some of the damage of falling onto a solid block of ice. That is a 15 plus. All right, so it is going to take half damage. That's going to be 3 bludgeoning damage from the fall into the ice. But the ice is going to remain there. It is not going to get pushed away.
Calculated.
All right. Now it is this thing's turn. It is unable to swim downwards because of this ice, and that's clearly what it wanted to do. So instead, it is going to first take a bite at Criminy.
I'm shocked.
That's going to be a 23 to hit.
Oh, I suppose. Yes, a hit.
You're going to take 5 piercing damage as this thing flops against the ice, turns, and just snaps its teeth around your leg for a moment.
Uh-oh.
Touchy.
Then it is going to attempt to swim away. It is going to swim right in this direction, and you notice that all of the boards beneath it are destroyed as it swims. But
Cool.
it does leave your space if you have a reaction
Absolutely.
left.
Give me my opportunity attack.
And it has an
Go
advantage.
for it.
That's right. I do have
It
advantage
does.
with this attack. Okay. We will roll 2 d20s and take the higher one. Boop. That is that's 12 and a 13. So 13 plus 4, 17 total to hit.
That's going to hit.
With a rapier, 1d8 plus 2 damage. 9 damage. Kind of stick it in there.
9 damage.
Can I, with the rapier, leave it in the salmon?
Sure. That's what you want to do.
I want to take it and just kind of skewer it really deep as it gets away and leave it in there.
Is that going to be a new
Awesome, yeah.
ingredient for your deconstructed soup?
And you better believe it,
Deconstructed
Puddles.
fish soup. It looks really good.
That's-
I'll
We're
try
getting the
it.
kebabs going started.
Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay, great. I've been really
Let's worry about
hungry.
deconstructing the fish first, and then we'll think about that. Okay.
Okay, good point, Zach.
Mhm.
Awesome. With that, it is going to use more of its movement to reposition. So you're going to see that it swims over here and takes out boards with it. That's going to be 5, 10, 25. And then it swims below the surface.
Oh.
And you lose sight of it here. Actually, it does have the fairy fire. So let's say the 2 nearest, Criminy and Zag, you can both make perception checks with advantage. If either of you gets an 18, then you will actually be able to spot it down below the water because of this glow.
You said perception?
Yes.
22.
Mine's
22.
still
All right.
rolling. It's
Let
going.
me go ahead and pull that thing back up to the top layer. You certainly were able to keep track of it. So you can tell it's only 10 feet below the surface here. It wasn't able
Cool.
to get too much further. That's going to be the end of its turn, which brings us to Zag.
Okay. I got a 15. Can I still see it?
Yes,
You have
because
advantage, so you can also roll again.
yeah,
Oh.
this was just as long as one of you got it, then you could kind of point it out to the others.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
there.
Thank you. I want to rage, and I have to. Do I have to do anything to do that?
No, you
It is
should.
just a bonus action, I believe.
I'm mad. Okay. I'm gonna rage, and I want to use takedown, which is I can spend a hit die to both shove and then grapple as the same attack. So I want to try to like dive under and pull it up to like the surface just enough so everybody else could maybe come into it if they can.
Oh, so are you going to try to like swim under it and shove it upwards?
Yeah, exactly. Like he's gonna keep like as much of himself under as he can to hold it upwards.
Oh my
Awesome.
goodness.
Hero.
We see
Mhm.
this fiery red Dwalas just sprint over a table and dive into the water. Why don't you make a athletics or acrobatics check for me?
Okay.
He was so young.
Athletics has a +6. So I'm not dead.
Oh, okay, you got this.
I got this. Okay. Still landing. Mine takes a second to get going. It's okay, hold on.
While it's
not-
rolling, can you give us your best enraged roar?
Ah!
That was beautiful.
You're so
You know,
scary,
that
Zach.
feels like Zag.
I'm
This is
so
gonna be
scared.
good. Everybody hold still. Okay, it's still loading, but it looks like it's on a B. Is a B a 1?
A
Maybe an
B would
eight?
be a nat 20.
That might
Oh
be
my
it.
god! And I have a +6, so it's a 26.
Let's go.
There we go. It
Yeah!
may take a while, but Zach gets there. Zach's a little slow, but they're very
Oh,
I
strong.
think he probably find like a hold on it with the rapier that you left in it. So he's like holding that side and using his claws to hold the other bit. So he's just like spearing this thing up for himself.
Awesome. So this was just to get the movement, and because you were able to roll such a perfect roll, we're going to
Woo!
say not only do you get directly under it, we're only going to say you use half of your movement to get there.
Oh, great.
So technically you are directly under it, but I'm not going to line them up here.
Mhm.
And on that nat 20, you're also going to have your shove be rolled with advantage.
Let's go.
Nice.
So make sure you mark the hit die you're spending, because this is one of our new custom subclasses, the Grappling War Mongoose Barbarian, where you spend hit die to do things like grapple creatures that you shouldn't be able to grapple.
I love hit
so
dice.
grapples
There's
are
space where I can
contested.
mark it.
Yes, it should be in your features and traits. There should be a little tracker that I built in.
Features and traits. Do. I'm blind.
It will be like
Hit die.
4 lines
Oh,
down, hit dice.
yeah. There we go.
Perfect.
Marking one of them.
Cool. So you are making a shove, which is a contested check. So I will roll against it for the fish. Go ahead and roll athletics with advantage.
Okay.
You got
This
this.
baby's rolling.
You got this.
We got this. Sorry, mine takes so long to load. Whatever it's gonna
No
land
worries.
on.
It happens.
Okay.
Just my browser. Okay, I think I got a 10.
10?
Mm-hmm.
Did you roll twice?
Yeah, 10.
No.
Only once. Let me go again. Sorry.
You're good.
You're all good.
Okay.
D&D Beyond does that.
Yeah, I think mine's just excited with all the graphics on it, so it's
Yeah.
like, let's let everything else first. 12.
12. That is going to be enough. This thing was
Yeah.
not expecting a creature such as yourself to pursue it into the water. You swim under it, and it's not even that you push it up, and more so that you get where it was diving down, and it turns right back in the opposite direction to get away from you. So you successfully push it back up to the surface, but you used your takedown, so you also have a grapple to do, which is the same check. So go and make another athletics check. This time
Got
not
it.
with advantage.
It is 12.
Well,
using
that
it
is not going to be a 17. So you're
Yeesh.
unable to grab this fish within the water. And in fact, as soon as you got near it, you notice that things start heating up. You're going to take 3 fire damage as you realize the water around this fish is boiling.
Oh, okay.
No, it's soup.
He's trying to
It's
make me into
soup.
soup.
You're turning into soup, Zag.
Deconstructed Zag.
Deconstructed soup.
Awesome. Anything else on your turn? You still have half movement left.
Am I still under the thing or no?
Yes, you are under it, so you are underwater.
Okay. Am I able to attack anymore or no?
No, you used your action to do the shove and the grapple.
Okay. Then I'm gonna hang out. I'm good.
All right, staying underwater with the boiling fish.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to end Zag's turn. The villagers are going to try to help out. And by try to help out, for good Burl, that actually means running away. He is not into this. Sally, however, seeing the bravery of Zag here, is inspired and runs over to the side of her booth
why I
as
do
this
it.
fish resurfaces and takes her big wooden rolling pin and smashes down, trying to catch this fish on its way up. She rolls a 12, which is going to be enough to hit. So this thing takes another. Oh, it takes another 8 bludgeoning damage.
Nice.
Sally hates this thing. She swings this thing down. You see these scales like fly off of it, as well as those thin mushrooms that kind of like break down into dust with this hit. And she turns back to you, Criminy, and says, "You still got dibs, right?"
That's still mine. You bruise it. You pay for it.
We'll see. That is going to be the end of her turn, which gets us back to the top of initiative. Zig, it is
Okay.
your turn. However, you notice something.
Oh.
You hear a uncomfortably familiar sound, a sound that you heard just moments ago, a sound that interrupted Goodburl. You hear wood splintering on the far end of the boardwalk. Why don't you make a perception check for me?
Okay. Perception +1. Oh, that's a non-natural 20.
All right, dirty 20. You see 2 more of these giant salmon smashing their way through the boardwalk, approaching you.
Uh-oh.
It is now your turn.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
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 Zig is kind of torn. Zig doesn't know whether they want to go help Zag or deal with this. Either way, I guess they have to head in that direction. So Zig is going to use their movement. They're going to run, and then use cunning action, so I can hide as a bonus action. Actually, no, I don't need
Okay.
advantage on the attack, do I, to sneak attack, because they're flanked. Sorry, I've never played a rogue before.
But you
so
have
I
advantage
should
And
just
the
already.
fairy fire means you have advantage.
And the fairy fire is advantage anyway, so I don't need to hide. They might do it anyway. Who knows? Yeah. So
do
they're
it
going to
after.
attack with the rapier. That is
All right.
okay. I'll just roll the other one manually because it's quicker. A 16 to hit.
16 will hit.
Sweet. So that is 1d8 plus 2. That is 7 damage from that, plus the 2 sneak attack dice, which is 5 and a 2. 14, I believe that is 16 damage total.
16 total damage. Wow. That's piercing?
Yes.
Jeez. Yeah, you leap over the
You
water
are doing
here.
great, buddy. He's being drowned.
As soon as you see some inspiring bubbles come from below the surface. Sally stops this fish's momentum with her rolling pin, and you just slide and go straight into its flank, ripping off a ton of these crimson red scales. And this thing is doing bad. It is twitching and it is snarling, which you didn't know that fish could snarl, but this one is.
Zig is fully convinced that this fish is like eaten Zag or something because they can't see them underneath it. So they're gonna dive into the water with the rest of their movement and then just kind of try and like, I don't know, they're trying to like wrestle the fish's mouth open. Obviously, it's not an action. They're just like
It's like
Awesome.
pecking at the mouth.
yeah, just furiously.
So you dive into the water here. I'll go ahead and move Zag there so you can fit. You immediately take 3 fire damage getting into the water with this fish.
Awesome.
And that is going to be the end of your turn. But you do successfully see Zag down here doing perfectly fine, it seems.
Give
Maybe
me
a
like
little
a
thirsty.
surprise like stream of bubbles, just like shoot up from the beak, like oh.
Just pure screaming.
Awesome. All right, after Zig's incredible attack, we move to Buttons.
There we go. I see the water boiling, so it's probably not going to work the way I think it is, but I'm going to go along with the plan that I have. I can still see the fish, correct?
Correct.
Presumably, I can still see the rapier hanging out of it, yes?
Yeah.
Ah, fantastic. Button's going to run over and cast heat metal on that rapier.
Oh.
Whoa!
So I choose a
Yeah.
manufactured metal object, such as a metal weapon. I can see within range, and I cause the object to glow hot, red hot. Any creature in physical contact with it takes 2d8 fire damage when I cast a spell. It just does. And until the spell ends, I can use a bonus action until my subsequent turns to cause the damage again. If the creature is holding it or wearing it and takes damage from it, the creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or drop the object if it can. If it doesn't drop it, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my next turn. This is a concentration spell and it just happens. So do I just roll the 2d8?
Go ahead and roll the 2d8.
That is a total of 9 fire damage.
Awesome.
On that rapier.
And how does this spell look visually as you cast it over to the sword?
So how I kind of imagine is he pulls out flavor-wise his pan that he kind of like keeps with him as like an emotional support cooking utensil. And the salted soup in there kind of boils red hot. He flings it up in the air and bats it like a badminton, and it tosses that spell and that magic through it, and it hits the rapier, and that salt from it burns that fish and kind of like a little bit, when you put like salt on like a snail or something, and lights it up on fire. And so I'll cast the fire right there, dealing 9 points of fire damage.
This shoots towards the fish. It's in perfect position, flanked by 3 different allies, stuck in this little river here in your home territory. Your spell comes off without a hitch, flies through the air. You see the sword heat up, and the fish gives absolutely no reaction.
Uh-oh.
That was mine!
That was really great.
The internal cooking temperature is now 135 Celsius.
You got one of those little electric temp things.
That's what the rapier actually is.
That's awesome.
It's a
Yes.
thermometer.
Yeah.
It's a meat thermometer. Gosh.
That's incredible.
Using-
Yeah, you see the water heats up around it. Clearly, it is getting hotter over there. Heat does not seem to damage this thing.
That's what I kind of figured.
Incredible plan, though. I loved that.
I figured the fire wouldn't do anything with it, but that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and use my movement. I have 30 feet of movement, 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm going to come over here to Sally Mander, and just kind of like over her shoulder be pointing and kind of like that's how you're supposed to do it, but then also make sure I keep an eye on where her bowls are, and just stay right here. That's it. That's my movement.
Awesome. So you're not making an attempt on the bulls yet. You're just scoping the joint.
No. Oh, if I do have a bonus action. If I could do a bonus action real quick, I'm going to give bardic inspiration to Zag. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Zag. So Zag, you get a D6, and so for the next 10 minutes, you can use it to add to an ability check, an attack roll, or a saving throw. So you can add a D6 to something if you choose to do it, but you have to roll the D6 before knowing the outcome. So say like if you roll to attack and you think it's a really good attack, you don't have to add the D6, but if you could make it with a D6, then you could add the D6 to it. So
Thanks, buddy. I'll try some of your salt soup after this.
you got this, be mad.
There's just bubbles coming
Still
up.
underwater.
Here we establish the absolute volume of Criminy Button's Gupper, because Bardic Inspiration requires a creature that can hear you. So through like 10 feet of water, everyone else, their ears start ringing, but Zag, you feel incredibly inspired under this water.
Yeah, I do.
I'm just shouting. You don't even hear like voices. You just hear buttons yelling.
You see like you see more bubbles coming up at the top because I'm just screaming underneath.
In fact, Quincy, roll just a luck check for me. Just a flat D20.
Oh gosh.
Absolutely. Just a 12. It's a 12.
That's a 12.
Yeah.
You, after this scream of inspiration, you look over and you see a hairline crack appear in one of the bowls that you were going to take, but otherwise it seems fine.
Oh,
Worth it.
Awesome.
That's my turn.
We're going to move down to Puddles. What you got,
Oh.
Puddles?
All right. So where are these other 2 salmon that Zig had perceived?
You should be able to
where-
see them on the
or
map
do I
to
need
the
just
south.
zoom out? I do just need to zoom out. That's on me. Let me. Whoop.
All good.
All right. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna move. Honestly, I think I'll move over to next to buttons. Not yet, buttons. I am first going to yell at Good Barrel and say, "Hey, you get your butt back here and you help right now!"
I don't think that the timeout room's gonna work on these guys.
We're gonna try. Get back here.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. And then I am going to cast Thorn Whip on the one on the left, and I'm going to. Actually, I should ask first. Are these large or smaller? What size are these creatures?
Medium. They're taking
Medium.
up the same amount of space as you.
Perfect. So then I am going to try and hit it with a Thorn Whip and pull it 10 feet closer to me. So
All right.
that will be.
Is that a attack roll or a save?
It is an attack roll, and if the creature is large or smaller, I pull it up to 10 feet closer to me. So,
Sweet.
just attack on my end. That was a 2. I miss.
2.
I rolled a 2. I'm not gonna. I don't think my +4. I don't think a 6 is gonna
For
hit.
sure. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna
6
hold
is a little low.
Just gonna hold off.
You swing this magical thorn whip out, and as soon as it gets near this fish, it like burns to a crisp on the end and reels its way back to you.
Hey, I really liked that. Don't do that. Okay, that's my turn.
All right. That is the end of Puddle's turn, and now it
Next
is
time.
the fishy's turn.
Get him next time. Actually, they're coming close to us.
Next
I may
time
not
for
even have to.
Awesome. So we're gonna start with the fish that's been getting beat up on. It is going to, I think, just target Zig. Zig did a crazy amount of damage. Is a 11 going to hit you?
No, actually, 13 armor class.
Ooh. And the
Skull?
other is a 12. It misses twice.
Oh.
It turns, reeling, snaps at you, but this sword is getting caught on the boards above it. It cannot win here. It is doing quite bad. So we will go to the other two. They are going to start moving forward some more. And once they get to about here, you see them both kind of dip under the water and then come shooting up in this scalding breach, flying in the direction of this booth with this boiling water raining down. I'm going to need a couple of saving throws here. This is going to be dexterity saving throws.
Okay.
I'm going to need 1 from Puddles, 2 from Buttons, and Sally is going to make 2 as well.
Do what? I'm sorry. Oh,
2 dexterity saving throws.
oh boy. Ooh. One was a 23 and the other one was a 9.
Yeah.
Putting my dice in jail.
Yeah.
This is.
All right, 23 and a 9. What was what'd you roll, Gracie?
What do you think I rolled? Just if you were to guess.
Like a 17, right?
Oh, totally. Yeah. And that one.
Ah, I see. Okay, so
Dice
with
jail.
that, as this boiling water comes pouring down onto you, Puddles, you are only going to take 4 fire damage. Criminy is going to dodge one of them, but the other is going to hit for 6 fire damage. Sally failed both of her rolls, so she is taking 10 fire damage as this water sprays down on her. But she seems weirdly uninjured compared to the hit that you took, Buttons, you see her like she's already like holding some hot pans from her oven and stuff. The heat has had time to wear off those sensations for her in her kitchen, and she seems more upset about the gross water getting into her pots and pans than anything else. But everyone is still standing. These fish, you notice, are flopping on the ground because they breached out. They are no longer in like broken boards to access that water, and they seem a little bit more vulnerable. As we get to Zag's turn. Zag, you are still underwater. You've been bardically inspired. What would you like to do?
I think I'm gonna want to use my own rapier. So I'm filled with determination.
Naturally.
So I'm gonna try to drive my rapier upwards to push me and the fish and Zig all up out, fully out of the water, so we're not drowning anymore.
Awesome. So you will roll your attack with advantage on the fish, and then when you see your result, but before you know if it hits, you can choose your bardic to add as well.
Okay. And that's a D. Where is that?
So you can just click on whatever weapon it is you're using.
Yep,
Yeah.
got it.
Nice.
For the hit, I just click hit slash DC, or do I
Yeah,
hit
hit slash
Yes.
DC. Yeah.
Okay. All right, it's rolling.
You got
If
this.
you if it's quicker for you, you could also just roll one on like Google and then add that.
It might be.
You can
yeah.
add that hit DC thing to it.
There we go. Okay. 13 plus 18. And I didn't use
18.
my bar.
18 will hit. You do not need to use your
Yes.
bardic.
Sick. Now do I roll
So
for
just
the
go ahead and damage.
damage
Correct.
that is? Okay. It's a D8 plus 4. Okay. That's gonna be 8.
8 damage. You come swimming back up, determined to get you and your twin out of this boiling water, and you strike true. This thing,
Yeah.
you see a dark liquid spill out into the water around it as you pull your sword in and out of its body, and it floats to the surface. You have taken out the first salmon.
Woo!
You
As I,
immediately. So good.
As I'm up there, I like point over at Quincy. That's for you, buddy.
Buttons immediately takes his tongue, flicks it. I like it, it's mine.
Writing your name on the fish. By the way, Zag, because you started your turn within 5 feet of it before it was dead, you're going to take another 3 fire damage.
Ah, dang it.
These
You
things
got
are
lots
a
of
little
help,
spicy.
right? You got
Yeah,
lots
I'm
of help.
good.
Okay.
I love it.
But if you're raging, you take half, right?
Yeah.
Not
what
fire
type of
damage.
Okay.
is it? Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Depends on the type
Is
of
it
damage.
physical?
Yes. Yes.
I'm good.
If it's bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing.
I'm used to the totems.
Mm.
And is Zig up there with me since I told him, or do I need to perform an action to do that?
That would need to be some sort of action, or they can just use their movement. But you've cleared the path now.
Okay.
Mark with the red X. So you're just saying like, basically keep your token where it's at, but you'll be on the surface now.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. All right.
And
Fairy
that's it
fire
for me.
releases as this thing is taken out, and you're able to focus down the other 2 combatants here. The village's turn. Sally is going to make another strike at the nearest fish. That is going to be a miss. She swings, then looks at the hot water still scalding on her skin and says, I'll let you folks handle this one. And she is going to hop away and try to get out of this dangerous position. One of them is going to make an opportunity attack on her, but it is going to miss. So she is able to run, and you see her kind of get up on top of one of the tables over here with her rolling pin. Goodburl is going to look around, and one of the trunk carver dwarves near him hands one of their trusty wood carving axes, and he is going to throw one at the nearest fish. And that is definitely going to hit
Let's go.
for
Woo!
6 slashing damage.
Good
as
job, Goody.
the fish with the blue circle around it gets hit.
Awesome.
And with that, He is going to look a little bit more confident and get handed a second axe for his next turn. But we are back at the top of initiative with Zig.
Okay.
All you.
So does Zig not take any damage now that the closest fish
Correct.
is dead? Okay, awesome. Yeah, I guess Zig is gonna like just sort of kick really hard with their super strong legs and come flying out the water and land next to Zag. They were like, "Oh, that was a tough fight. I'm glad that's over." And then he's gonna turn around and see the other. He's like, "Oh my god, there's some messed up fish, bro."
You just see two like 6 foot long, enormous fish with like smoke coming off of them flopping on the deck as Sally's running away.
Oh man. I guess they'll just help out and probably run over.
Make a perception check for me, Zig.
Okay.
Are there more?
Oh gosh.
I don't know. It depends
A?
on the check.
That is a 4.
A 4?
Yeah.
A 4?
There's no
With a
more.
4, you look at these two new fish, and there's something different about the way they are fighting compared to the one that you just took out, but you cannot place it.
Oh.
This is a crazy scene. You have never been a part of it. You're thinking back to the fireworks and hoping that they don't get wet.
Oh, they better not get the fireworks wet. He's gonna charge in. Because they are a queen, they can attack within 10 feet, right? They have the big spirit arms and they can kind of extend those out.
So you built a Avagapo, which was it's in the thing as Lightmind Kui.
Oh, okay.
It was the
Yeah.
other Kui that has that.
Oh,
ability.
the other queen that has that ability. Okay, never mind. They're gonna charge in. And
Kick its
Yeah, that
butt.
was just a holdover from the previous playtest, but the thing that is called Lightmind Kui is actually the Avagapo.
okay. That is a 19 to hit.
And you can roll with advantage. These things are prone.
Oh, epic. Okay.
You run up and you finally put together that thing that you can place. Oh, these fish are on land. They don't like it when they're there.
Yeah, that's an 18. So I'll take the 19,
Sweet.
and that is a D8 2. 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage, and that's with the sneak attack damage.
Oh, sneak attack damage. I forgot I'm playing a rogue. This is so exciting.
His current character is an illusion wizard that he's playing right
Mm.
now. So I feel like
They don't
this
use any
damage
spells.
dealing
They
is new
just
to
use
him
illusions.
again.
5. So that is
Extra 5. 15 total.
15 total. Yeah.
15 total is a big ol' hit. That's gonna bring it down there.
Get wrecked, fish.
You slide over to this thing, determined to keep them away from the water, and you take a big chunk out of it. And as that chunk falls to the ground, you see those sizzling mushrooms once again just kind of crumble to dust as soon as they're removed. Anything else with your turn?
I think cunning action, disengage. This is just kind of, you'll get the idea. This is just kind of Zag's go-to strategy. They just
Yeah.
immediately dash and just hide behind Zag's legs.
You got a zig
No,
to
while
zag.
you back up behind him, Zag like leans over and just he has so much water inside.
Just sort
Just
of
Very
wringing
patting
out his
soggy.
fur.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
just patting Zag on the back as he coughs up like all the water.
Like a tiny fish comes out.
Buttons, you are up, and Puddles will be next.
Oh heck yeah! When we start in range, do we take fire damage? Is that what's happening here?
You do not, because you are not in the water with these creatures.
Oh boy. Okay, and they're on top of the.
They are on
the thing.
land.
Oh boy. Okie dokie.
Some sort of artificial land.
Let's see here. Just because I have a feeling they might try to get back under, I'm going to cast Create or Destroy Water as a Silver Tongue Trooper Bard. I can cast Create Water effect without using a spell slot, and it falls as rain, which lasts 10 minutes. Bardic inspiration
Whoa.
used by an ally within this rain is rolled with advantage and gives a minimum
Whoa.
bonus of equal to my proficiency, which is 3. So a minimum of 3. Allies within this rain have resistance to fire damage. So
Very good.
so Cremony's gonna pull out his pan and a spoon, or maybe one of the bowls that maybe it's cracked, and kind of just start pounding it, and calls down rain from the cosmic crocodile, soup from the sky, and just creates water.
Awesome. And what was the range of that again?
It's a 30-foot by 30-foot cube.
Perfect. Let me get that on the map for you.
And then, as a bonus action, I will give Bardic Inspiration to Puddles.
Oh, yay!
Just
Oh,
like,
get him, Slayer!
Oh, yay!
does that area look right to you?
Yes, that's perfect.
Perfect. That blue outline is where the rain is falling, as we get to show off another one of our new subclasses, the Rain Dance Bard.
Can we push
So,
it
yes.
over to where Zig is also encompassed in that rain?
Yes.
So like
So,
he just coughs up all this water, and you kind of just like shake yourself dry, and you just get the rain on you again.
all
He's
right.
having a
how's
bad
that?
time.
And that's my turn.
Perfect. All right. Puddles, you are up, and the next player would be Zag.
Awesome.
Me.
Okay. So something I forgot to do in the first round or two of combat is utilize my swarm. So I'm just gonna say that my swarm was busy using fairy fire. So now that that fairy fired creature is dead, Puddles is going to close her eyes and say, "Get back here!" And she now is going to be circled by a swarm of fireflies, glowing green fireflies. And I have a question. I'm within 5 feet of the one on the left. So if I were to move, I'm gonna get an opportunity attack. So
If you move away from it, yes.
if I move away from it, so I am going to use my swarm to try and push the one on the left away from me just a little bit. It has to succeed on a DC 12 strength saving throw or be moved by the swarm up to 15 feet.
Awesome. And this is an ability that you can use after you hit a creature with an attack.
Oh, wait. Yes, you are
It's like it
so
gets
right.
tacked
You're
on
so right.
to when you hit
Okay,
someone.
perfect. Then I am going to pull up this. I am
And I'll
going
remind you, it is prone, so melee attacks will have advantage.
even better. I am going to try and whack it with my dagger.
Love that.
Which is an 11. I don't think that will hit. Oh, wait. It's with advantage, right? Is that what you
It's
said?
with advantage.
Duh. Okay, that's better. That's a 16 to hit.
16 hits.
Perfect. So I'm going to hit it for. Where's my D4? It was here a minute ago. Here it is. I'm going to hit it for 7 piercing damage. 7 damage.
7 damage is pretty good.
And then I'm gonna have the swarm try and push it away. Give a little bit of space.
Awesome. And you
So-
said, is that a strength save?
Yes, DC 12 strength saving throw.
That is going to be a 5.
Perfect. So
Oh.
I'm going to move it horizontally away from me. I'm just gonna move it 5 feet. I don't want it to be super close to the water still. So yeah, perfect.
Perfect.
And I am going
Awesome.
to move my butt back here on top of this table. And that'll
Very
be my
nice.
turn.
Very good turn. You're able to do a decent amount of damage, get your
I
bugs
used
involved
full
in this
again!
fight.
Let's go!
Is that in character?
I feel so
Beautiful. You do this, you pull this maneuver, you shove the fish back, and then you see like 5 or 6 woodcarver dwarves off to the side cheering you on.
Oh.
Did I see that? I did that.
And they seem to be getting pretty pumped up too.
Let's go.
That's so cute.
And with that, it is the fish's turn.
Uh-oh.
So, when they are on land, I get to do a funny little roll. I'll do the green one first. So
The one
this
with the green
thing,
dot is dead, right?
not the one with the green dot. So are they showing the like little pale circles around them for y'all?
No.
No.
Ah, okay. I can turn that on real quick, I'm sure. There we go. That's the button I needed.
Aha!
Yeah, it's a green circle.
This whole time I was like, I've put the colored circles so it's easy to tell which one's which. Technology is fun. All right. So we're going to start with the green circled one here. It rolled a 2 on its d4. It is going to start flopping around powerfully and slam its tail into the ground, launching itself into the air back towards the water. Opportunity attacks have disadvantage against it. So, Criminy, if you'd like to make one, feel free, but it does have
Absolutely.
disadvantage.
With disadvantage is still fine. 6.
6 is not going
Yeah.
to hit. This thing lands in the water and is going to swim back a bit. Same roll for this one here, but it did not have anyone nearby. So they both splash back into the water and end their turn there, bringing us to Zag, followed by the villagers.
Okay.
Make a
Where-
perception check to start your turn, Zag.
Okay. Perception. Do. Where is it? Okay. Let's see. Or I'll roll it separately so it just gets going. Here we go. Oh, 20. Dirty
20
20.
is very good. You see both of them start to dive down, but you do not lose track of them.
Okay. Could I use an improvised weapon?
Sure, as long as you can find one.
I find one by leaning down and grabbing Zig, who's at my feet, and I pick him up and I aim him kind of like a linebacker. I follow where the fish is going, and I'm gonna throw him as hard as I can into the water to catch up with the fish.
Awesome.
Another
And,
fastball special.
This is a well practiced maneuver. Like Zach
Yes.
is
That
a
was my one
flightless
question.
bird,
It's one of their
but
classes.
they extend their like tiny little wings to each side, and like their beak is straight forward as a dart.
Awesome. Zag, you already have the javelin weapon in your actions. We're going to use the stats for that.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay.
That's
let me
amazing.
So
roll.
good.
Okay, it's a 14.
The 14 is going to hit.
Yeah. Okay. You're flying through the air, buddy.
Oh my gosh.
And is that a
All right.
D6? Yeah.
Yes, d6 plus 4.
D6.
And in the meantime, Zig, why don't you make a dexterity saving throw for me?
Perfect.
Oh, you're gonna be fine, buddy.
I mean, he's a rogue. This is what he does. He does dex stuff.
Just by the way, I got a 6 plus a 4, so
10 damage. Very nice.
Your beak
dude, I
is
fucking
very
rocketed you in there.
javelin-like.
I got an 8 on the dex save.
An 8.
Oh.
Awesome. This is working out for all of us so well.
Oh no.
Zig, you do a lot of damage, to be sure.
Yeah.
But not all of it happens to the fish. That's the main issue here. Your beak is very long and thin, and this is a strong creature.
Oh,
You are
no.
going to take, I'll go ahead and roll to be fair. You lucked out. You're going to take 1 bludgeoning damage and 3 fire
Woo!
damage for entering its space.
Okay, so 4 damage total.
4 damage total.
Totally worth it.
Totally worth it.
Cool. Anything else for your turn, Zag? That was just your action so far.
I want to follow them a bit. I want to try to catch up with them. Where do I see my movement?
It's at the very top to the left of your health. You have 30 feet, and each square is 5
gosh.
feet.
All right. Got it. I'm gonna follow. It's gonna be 5, 10, 50, 20. I'll focus on this one. I'll be here. So I can still see you in the water, hopefully.
Sweet.
I came to follow to make sure you didn't die.
All right. That is going to be Zag. Also, make sure that you are adding for any strength-based checks. You can, I believe, you get +2 damage while you are raging.
Oh, okay. That 10 would have been a 12 if I added it
Perfect.
back then.
All right, I will just add that extra little bit of damage.
Whew,
There we go.
you're one sturdy little dude.
And that is going to be the village's turn now. The inspiration that Puddles provided them, we're going to see 2 dwarves. I don't have an icon for them just yet, but 2 more woodcarver dwarves are going to run to y'all's aid to help fight these fish here. They're going to go after the blue one, and each one of them is just going to take a big swing with a, like, they don't really have big tree felling axes here because they're orchard workers, but they have like pruning axes they're attacking with. The first one got a nat 1. Ooh.
It's
The
nat
second
one
one got
curse.
a 8. That is not going to hit either. They both run. They're so pumped up after seeing Puddles just move into this crazy action sequence. They're like, if this person can make such an incredibly athletic display, then of course we can. We just carried that whole thing up the hill, and they just miss wide and go running back away towards the shore.
It's okay. Think of the cosmic crocodile. It's all gonna be part of the plan. You'll get him next time. You got this.
With that, Good Brawl will throw one more axe. That is also going to be a miss, unfortunately, and that gets us back to the top of initiative with Zig, followed by Buttons coming up next.
Sweet. Zig is pretty proficient at fish fighting at this point. So they're gonna pull their beak out where I assume that it got like kind of jammed in as it collided with the fish. Did they take 3 points of damage at the start of that turn?
Yes.
Okay. Damage. Yeah, and they're just gonna, from where they are in the water, they're just gonna plunge their rapier into the fish.
Show him the business.
That is, a 24 to hit.
Ooh.
Nice. That will hit.
The business.
How much damage we doing?
It's 10 damage. Do I get sneak attack damage?
That was not you didn't have advantage on that or anything.
Yeah,
so no.
cool.
But
Just
10
10
damage
points.
is a lot of damage. This thing has been getting hit left and right. As you go flying through the air, followed by Zag, who just launched you, your beak jams into this thing, and to pull yourself out, you stab your rapier in to push off. When you pull your rapier out with your own beak, this thing flops loose in the water. Another one has been felled.
Zag, did you see? Zag, I flew!
That was
Zag!
all you! You flew, man! They're each other's like biggest
Awesome.
cheerleaders, by the way.
You can tell. Anything else for you, Zig?
Probably will pull themselves out of the water. So as soon as they die, do they immediately kind of stop being like hot and like heated up?
Yeah, make a nature or an investigation check for me.
Okay. That is a 14.
14's pretty good. You notice as soon as the killing blow was struck, a lot of these little wick-like mushrooms go limp, and as this thing dies, they like start crumbling to dust immediately. It's quite strange. You don't know that much about mushrooms, but like nothing should like crumble like that. It's not like you're knocking them off or heating them up yourself, but it seems like as soon as the fish is gone, so are these mushrooms.
As soon as he realizes that these mushrooms immediately become useless, he's just going to lose interest and just clamber out of the water.
Awesome.
Probably use the rest of the movement to head up and hang out with Zag.
Cool. Buttons, you
Woo.
are up, followed by Puddles.
Oh boy, I lost my rapier in the one. Oh, can I get it back?
Yeah, you're right there.
Cool. I'll grab it. 5, 10, 15, 20. I do have an ability. Let's see. Is there? Let's see. Features and traits. Crooks, quick turn, standing leap. I want to be able to jump 15 or 25 feet, long jump with or without a running start. So actually put me back here. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I want to grab the rapier and standing long jump. Is this going to count as an action? My question. Because what I want to do is I want to try to jump over here and stab the fish with the
The
rapier.
stab will be your action. That will be your attack.
That's fine. That's fine. The movement part with the standing long jump.
No, as long as you have movement remaining and able to do that, the standing jump is just literally your physical ability. Like you can just do that.
Perfect. Buttons is gonna grab it and be like, all right, and he's gonna jump through the rain and out of it, and he kind of does a little pose and lands right here, and then stabs down as the attack for the rapier into the fish. That is a
Awesome. Roll that with advantage for me.
Woo! Ooh, that's better. 17 plus 4, 21.
That hits.
Dealing as a damage will be a that is a 5 plus 2, 7 points of piercing damage.
7 points of piercing damage. Very good. Yeah, you slide your weapon right into this thing. Once again, you're finding their weak points pretty quickly in this combat. And this thing whips around and looks at you with this kind of blind fury in its face as it continues to snarl and try to wiggle free of your attack.
Button stares back at it and be like, you're gonna go with some soy sauce!
Dude, that guy's crazy.
Awesome.
Whips back.
That,
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
make a perception check, Buttons.
Absolutely. That is only a 5, but perception 10. Flat
10
10.
is not going to be good enough here. You whip back. What did you say? And as you turn, you see bubbles where that fish was. It dove away from you, and you have lost sight.
No.
Yep.
Sorry. Ah, dang it.
And in fact, as we get to your turn, Puddles, it's kind of quiet. The fish doesn't resurface immediately.
Uh-oh. Oh dear. Well, I mean, I guess I could fix that. I'm gonna move closer. And I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire again.
Awesome. So is that just in like a big area?
Yeah, it's a 20-foot cube. So I'm just gonna generally where I last saw it.
Mhm.
I'm assuming it's somewhere in the water because it hasn't destroyed anything else. So, Fairy Fire, and that is a Dex saving throw. Let me pull it back up again.
All
I
right.
believe it's Dex. Spells. This was not my initial
It is.
plan. Okay, yes, Dex.
It is going to, let's see, your DC is 12. It is going to fail.
Yes. Okay, so
Ooh.
I'm just gonna.
Sorry, I misspoke. The spell is going to fail.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh.
I take it back.
Whoa.
That's my turn. I've got nothing else to
You-
do.
As you throw this fairy fire down, by all means, if the fish is still in the area, you should have caught it in some whiff of it and the
Right.
magic bouncing off of it. You all look around. It seems weirdly quiet for a moment longer. Nothing resurfaces. But then, as this chaos has come to a close, people start poking their heads out from hiding spots, checking if the coast is clear. It seems like it might be. Then you hear a commotion up at the cosmic shrine behind you all. The rumble of collapsing stonework and enormous splashes filling the air. On an upper balcony of the cosmic shrine, you see the head shrine keeper Apple waving frantically and pointing down at the water. It's trying to bring the building down. And we're going to take a break.
Oh no.
Uh,
Yo,
We're gonna take a little pepper break here.
Oh no.
What?
Oh
But
no.
the
There's plenty of time to
building!
get to the
Not the
fish.
fireworks.
Priorities.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Taking a quick break.
That is the plan.
All right.
I drew a little doodle of of the little frog dude sharing his soup with Zig and Zag.
Oh my gosh.
If you guys want to
That's
look at it in
Send
the
it to
general
me.
chat.
I'll
Yeah.
put it on our little break screen. And by break screen, I mean my
Oh,
starting
that's
zoom
awesome.
screen. That'll be what's on
That's
the
so
starting zoom
Mhm.
screen. All right. We will see you guys in a couple
This
of
is
minutes.
really good.
Go get some water, stretch,
All right,
rest,
be right
the whole
back.
shebang. BRB. back!
Whoa!
Hello.
Yay! Let me get this just in.
All right, time to get right
Take it
back to
away.
the action. So, y'all heard all of the crumbling stonework and the shrill screech of Apple, the shrine keeper, and you run to her aid, scaling these big white marble staircase that goes straight from the dock up to the town shrine. This big octagonal or hexagonal, it's a shape.
Mhm.
This big tower, it looks pretty tall and very old, the oldest looking building by far. You run up and you see Apple pointing downwards to a bit of a strange sight. You see another one of these fish. Map stopped working. You see another one of these fish, and it is attacking the shrine. It is like just repeatedly going at the wall. Why don't you all make perception checks for me?
Ooh.
Theoretically, I should be good at these. In theory.
Perception. 17 for buttons.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's not bad. Oh, that's not bad.
18.
Nice.
Oh, wait. Perception. That is a plus.
I
19!
got 20.
Ay!
We get it. We get it.
Yay.
You rolled
Get it.
really well.
Yeah, we're all
Get
really
it.
following what's going on.
We're tracking.
Okay. All right. Just repeat your numbers back to me. Buttons.
17. Yes, 17.
Puddles.
19.
19. Zig.
18.
Zag.
20.
17, 18, 19,
Wow, you guys
20.
got 17, 18, 19, 20. All
Mhm.
right. So you run up. You see that in the shallow lake here, the cool, clear water is being disrupted by these boiling bubbles all throughout the top of the waterfall. This cosmic shrine here, as I said, great white octagonal tower. It's this place of honor within the village. It's got this large tube of granite and glass poking out from its roof. No one knows exactly what it does these days. But you're more concerned with the ground floor. It's surrounded by water on all sides and can only be approached by the staircase you are rising up to. But you notice specifically, it's not just going after the walls, it's going after the paintings and carvings along the walls. It has this menagerie of animals thought to be mythological. Bats, owls, moths, these creatures that don't really appear much, if at all. It's generally believed that these are fantasy creatures, things that people have made up for stories throughout the years. Like, oh, of course, a bird that can see in the dark. How useful. Nowhere is dark. That doesn't make any sense. And these are basically, they're maintained by the Shriners here as this kind of tradition. And the fish seems to be directly attacking these drawings of these creatures, and it is doing a number. The wall is crumbling away. There's a big hole you can see going into the main area here. We're going to pick back up on Puddle's turn. What are you
Oh,
doing
no.
here?
Oh no. Is it just the one fish?
As far as you can tell.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
The fish that I see, I am going to. Let me pull up the spell again. Oh goodness, panic. I'm going to panic. And then,
Nice.
I am going to Thorn Whip. It has a range of 30 feet. So I am one, two, three. I'm within that. I'm going to attempt a Thorn Whip, attempt to hit it, and pull it 10 feet close to me away from the markings.
Very nice.
Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. And then I still
Alright.
have the Bardic Inspiration, theoretically, right? From that
You should.
Buttons gave me. I never used it. Okay.
Yes.
Just in case.
Yes.
I'm gonna use the Bardic Inspiration.
All right.
I'm gonna use it. That's good. That's a 16 to
So
hit.
first you can 16 to hit.
Yeah.
Awesome. Is that before the Bardic?
No, that is after the Bardic.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Because you do already have the information that a 12 would hit. So
I didn't get a 12.
in case you
I did
perfect.
not
So you
get a
rolled
12.
well on Bardic.
I rolled a
Love
6
that.
on Bardic.
Nice.
Awesome.
Oh, wow. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's a max roll.
Yep.
A nat 6.
Yep. Nat 6.
Cool.
So
So that is going to hit. Go ahead and roll damage for me.
1d6. That is another 6. So it takes 6 piercing damage, and I'm going to pull it 10 feet closer to me.
Awesome. And as you can tell on the map, 10 feet closer to you is right over the edge of the waterfall, and it is going to
Yes.
plunge downwards.
Yes.
Y'all are almost at level with the top of the waterfall, so it is now falling to probably 20 feet below you
Stay
and
away!
kind of getting caught in the caught in the rapids there. That was a incredible roll. Give me another perception or investigation check.
I could do that. Well, theoretically.
And then Zag, you will be the next player to go.
Roger.
Nat 20.
Nice.
On a Nat 20 perception check, you can tell that this is not the same fish that you were fighting earlier.
Ooh.
There are
Uh-oh.
some wounds you would have seen from the axes being thrown and stuff like that. That is not the same fish.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
But you don't see any other fish here.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
And so it's inside of the temple, or is it outside of it?
Outside.
Okay.
So you can see on the map that gray area is the temple and the
Right.
blue is the water.
Okay. How many feet away is that?
I know exactly what you're thinking, Zeg. I'm so ready.
How many,
Oh, you ready,
how many
Zig?
feet away from Zag?
Yeah, how many feet away from
So if
Zag?
you 25 feet. So 5 feet to get to the edge and then 20 feet down.
It's perfect. Okay. I'm going to make my own weapon once again. And I'm gonna reach down. My hand's gonna be like open, and Zig's gonna walk into Zag's palm, and he's like, "Ready, Zig!"
Ready, Zeg?
And he's once again gonna aim him like a football and throw him as hard as he can towards the second floor of the temple.
All right, give me a d20.
Mm-hmm. Dun, 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 dun. A 17. Oh, and then
17.
do I add strength to that, or do I add
It's the +6 for
plus?
the javelin.
Okay, it's 23.
Well, we're
Let's
not
go.
actually.
Hit.
So we're not actually a weapon this time. We're shooting up to the second floor of the tower.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
So
Oh,
like
you're
not
throwing
at the
up?
fish. Yeah, up to the tower.
Oh,
Yeah, at the
I
tower.
misunderstood.
Mm-hmm.
I see. So you're trying to get up onto the balcony.
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then a 23 definitely gets him there.
Okay.
You don't want to chuck him
Cool.
down the waterfall?
No. And then I'm just gonna move myself with my own movement closer. But that's all. So I guess just one of these.
Sure.
I'm just trying to follow in after him, basically.
Gotcha. So you're just trying to go inside?
Yes.
Awesome. So with your movement, you would basically be able to get like to the stairs, but not go up yet.
Okay.
So you can move yourself to like the back of the building.
Gotcha. I'll be back here.
And well timed, it is now the fish's turn, and it is going to once again use its scalding breach. Puddles and Buttons, please give me another dexterity saving throw.
Yay.
As this thing
Uh-oh.
goes down the waterfall and right back up with this boiling hot water.
Dang it. 8.
I think I also got an 8. 8.
Ugh.
You each are going to take 6 fire damage as this water rains down on you.
Okay. Okay.
And then it is able to immediately make a bite attack on one of the people that it hit. It's going to go after Puddles.
Uh-oh.
That's going to be a hit. That's going to be a 22.
Yeah, that might hit.
Okay.
That hits, I guess.
So you're going to take 3 more piercing damage.
Okay.
So this thing doesn't get you with a very big hit, but is able to clamp onto your hand as you try to push it away from you.
Ow!
And with that, this is about as much as the fish were doing in combat per turn earlier, but it has this weird look in its eye, and it turns its head back towards the paintings on the wall and is clearly going to attempt to make its way over there, but is not able to just yet, which brings us to Zig's turn.
Okay. Zig is now on the balcony with all the fireworks.
Yeah.
And so, is gonna, I guess the ones that we tied together earlier, just try and angle as many of those down towards the fish as possible.
Awesome. Before you do that,
Okay.
make a, what would this be? An insight or a straight intelligence check?
Oh. Zig isn't particularly smart, but they'll do their best.
And yet, he has the highest intelligence stat in this group.
Ooh.
We've got -1, -1, 1, and 2.
Needs intelligence.
Oh, that's a 10. That's okay.
Yeah.
A 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, may as well
Smartest
use
guy I
fireworks
know.
against these fish.
Mediocre,
They're
mediocre.
firefish. I forgot they were firefish. All right, let's do it. Yeah, no, just an excuse to shoot the fireworks. So yeah, the big bundle of fireworks they tied together earlier, just point directly down at the fish, and use the tinderbox in their
Perfect.
backpack to light them. Can I also use a hide cunning action? Right, that would give me advantage on the attack roll.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so use a cunning action to hide, and then I guess it's just a ranged attack, isn't it?
So we're going to do a sleight of hand check for this,
Ooh,
and
okay.
it is going to be canceled out. You would have had disadvantage trying to
Oh,
aim fireworks
okay.
at
So
fish.
just a straight sleight of
So
hand.
it's going to be a flat sleight of hand.
Okay, sweet. That is a 16.
A 16 is pretty good. Why don't you roll separately? Roll a d10 and then another d10.
Okay. A 10 and 5.
Very nice. The first one is
Woo!
going to be the damage against the fish. We're going to do
Mm.
bludgeoning damage for this on a direct hit. The fire that would have hit it is not going to affect it, obviously, but just the bulk of the rockets that you tied together is going to do 10 bludgeoning damage as this burst of fire shoots up around it, and it's hard to see exactly where it lies. You also hear the sound of more stonework crumbling in about the
Oh.
same area. And as the smoke begins to clear, you see another dead salmon sliding down into the water on a broken marble staircase.
Dude, collateral damage.
Sure, just
And you
put the explosives and shoot them at us. Great.
We are right here.
And Zig, you immediately turn around and you see Apple staring daggers at you. She doesn't even say anything. She just stands between you and the stairs down, hands folded across her body for a couple of seconds. And then you see something trigger, and she goes, oh crap! Oh, okay. And she starts running down and assessing the damage to the shrine here.
Oh, don't worry, Apple. We're okay.
We're just
There's a little
fine.
bumps and bruises.
It's just,
Yeah, we're fine.
just
Oh,
a
oh,
flesh
yeah.
wound. Okay, never
Mm.
mind.
She's ignoring us.
That's
Yeah.
good and fine. That's good and fine. And she,
you think she heard
I
what we
assume
said,
you're all going
Buttons?
to.
She didn't hear us at all.
No,
No, it's okay.
that's fine.
In the aftermath here, are we following her there? Are we checking out the salmon? What are we doing?
Checking out the salmon.
Definitely.
Awesome.
Zig and Zag
Okay.
are still like reminiscing and reliving
Yeah.
how like cool the explosion
We're like
was.
holding
Like,
a
"You see
silent
that
moment so we can like
part?"
imprint it in our brain.
Yeah.
Like, mhm.
Awesome. All right, we'll start with Puddles and Buttons. You two are going to attempt to pull this salmon back up from the water before it falls beneath the waterfall and gets battered.
Yes.
Why don't you both give me acrobatics checks?
Oh boy.
You got it.
Oh, that's a 16. 19.
That is
19?
no. Where is my acrobatics?
Don't slip.
Ha,
Don't
ha,
slip.
ha, ha, ha.
Puddles,
That's
grab
a 22.
Awesome. You both with incredible agility, the two trooper in the group, you leap down and like one of you grabs the other's hand and the one further down grabs the fish, pushing off of the stonework. You pull it up, and the only casualty here is the rest of this piece of staircase clashing into the water below you. But you got your fish.
Do you
Oh, the
think
dwarves can
Apple
fix
will
that. That's
mind?
fine.
I don't think
Nah.
they'll mind.
That's okay.
It's
We're creating
fine.
jobs, Puddles.
We're doing
good
a
for the
good
economy.
thing. We're really
That's
great for the
right.
town. Yeah.
You're so
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No.
We're
you're
objectively
spot
bad
on.
for the economy.
You're so smart, Buttons. You're so smart.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I tell myself every day.
Well, you should tell yourself it more often.
Oh, you're so right, Puddles.
Yeah.
Self-care is important.
It really is. People
I
overlook it
agree.
quite a lot. Now, what do we do
I
with
concur.
this? Should we?
We kill it.
We kill it. Well, we killed it. Do we eat it?
What are we seeing here? God.
That's a great question. To the cosmic crocodile above. There's a number of checks you can make to kind of discern different things from it. You could do a flat investigation if you have something specific you're looking for about it. You could do nature if you're trying to determine just like the natural.
Are there
like,
mushrooms still
what
on
is
it, or
grown
do the
here.
mushrooms disintegrate immediately? Like when it died?
You can definitely see they are disintegrating. If that's your focus, give me a nature check.
I want to try to cut one off before it like dies, like before it like shrivels up.
Cool. We will include that in this check.
Okay. So you're saying a nature?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can I
That's
assist him in doing that?
Sure. Yeah, you can
Okay,
give the help
I'll-
action.
I'll
Go ahead and
help as
roll it
well.
again with advantage.
Oh, that's so good. Natural 20.
Ooh.
Highs and
Nice.
lows.
I'm
Epic
like,
highs and lows.
what is this over here? And I'm looking at the eye, and Puddles just kind of takes the hand and moves it over. Oh, the mushroom. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, you two pull this thing up to a safe position. You get it into the broad daylight where you can see it well and help each other maneuver it to check out these different features. And yes, you find these mushrooms are sizzling into dust immediately upon the death of this fish. You cut one off, same reaction. It turns into this like ash and just like blows away in the breeze.
I lick it.
You lick it. You take half a fire damage rounded down.
How did it taste? How did it
Spicy.
taste? Was it
It
spicy?
tasted.
Ooh,
It did. It was very
I
spicy,
love
but
spicy food. I'm gonna lick it too.
How hard do you lick it?
Really hard.
really-
I want
And this is a
all of the
frog tongue,
mushroom
so
in my mouth. I want spicy mushroom.
all right, make a Constitution saving throw.
You got it.
Oh.
That is something I'm not terrible at. 17.
Ooh.
17. Very good. With that, you're not going to take any damage, but you have the sense that you did lick something extremely
Ha!
dangerous.
I'm really hot and
You
hot here.
confirm pretty strongly
Oh gosh.
that between that nat 20 on the
Huh.
nature check and then this check here, the fish themselves, you're pretty doubtful have any inherent fire abilities. It seems like the mushrooms were the things that were hot here.
I think you need the
And as soon
mushrooms.
as the salmon was dead, the mushroom was dead. You also notice that and this is Buttons specifically, when you were trying to take mushrooms off before they all crumble away, you saw that in some of the like remaining heat, one or two of the mushrooms started to change. They went from like black and red to almost this blue color just for a moment before going to dust again. You're not sure exactly what to make of it, but it seemed like there was some sort of like reaction occurring due to the heat around this mushroom. And in the last moments of life with this fish, you see that its demeanor kind of changes as the mushrooms slough off. You can tell very clearly that its behavior was affected by the mushrooms. And lastly, you notice that though most of them are kind of too small to be useful or cracked up, there are two pretty sizable black shiny teeth that you're able to pop out of its mouth that are a strange material you're not sure you've encountered before.
One for me or one for Puddles?
Thank you. Oh my gosh. I think you need some of the mushrooms for a soup. It's really spicy.
There's
And
no more mushrooms.
It makes your mouth very fuzzy. Okay, I think I'm better now.
Let me see. I'm also a doctor.
Um,
Is that true?
No. It takes the tongue and kind of looks it.
I got
Zig, I feel like we're
now.
being swindled by idiots right now.
Zig
Awesome.
and Zag, I guess, can see this from the balcony, but they're like, as soon as Apple ran downstairs, they both just beginning like retying a bunch of the leftover.
Yeah,
fireworks.
we're like putting sparklers in our pockets and relacing things.
And at this point, putting things together, Apple, she like disappears down the stairs for a second, turns back down, grabs you both by like your collars and brings you down.
Did you see it, Miss Apple? The
We're
fire from the
citizens.
fish.
We're citizen
it got up
heroes.
onto the
Very.
fireworks. It was crazy. Thank goodness I was there.
You'd be dead without us.
She stops halfway down the stairs and looks at you for a moment, and her eyes actually soften a little bit, and she says, "Well, I'm glad that it's over with. I really thought that the monster was going to bring the whole building down, and my ancestors would never forgive me if this precious place was destroyed. So
you're
while
saying
I
we
am
saved your lives and your
ultimately-
likelihood,
really
and you
did.
deserve a raise and a reward.
That is, it's so right. And as she like comes down to the bottom floor, she sees the damage, this gaping hole in the wall where lake water is pouring in,
I
and it's
try to
pouring
stand in front
under
of
the
it.
floorboards. It's impossible to do so.
I'm still standing in front of
This
it.
is like the ground in front of it is missing. That is the biggest thing she is staring at. The water pouring below the floorboards, and she goes from like this bluish gray color to pure white for a moment and says, "Since when do we have a basement?" And looking in, you do see that there is another room beneath the floorboards.
Oh,
We did some renovating.
you like it?
She like collapses to her knees and is just like, "Oh my god. What is happening? I have lived in this building my whole life, and I didn't know about one of the 3 rooms in the building." She's going through it. She'll be fine. You know that she's often a very frantic person. You think that she'll recover after this, and you know people are very good about helping repair things, but the room itself, that's something you were not expecting. Is anyone checking this out?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, straight down.
Yeah, Zig and
Yep.
Zag are like, yeah, that's pretty sad. And so
Oh,
we
yeah, cry
peek
about
over the
it.
edge to see if we can go if we can go in.
Awesome. You see that it's very dark in there, and you are not really used to very dark areas, so your eyes are having a little bit of a hard time adjusting. But you can tell as you kind of like kick some rubble down that there is solid floor beneath you on one side of this hole, and it would be pretty easy to just lower a rope down if you want to check it out.
I mean, how far away is it? Like
Like, how far
25
down?
feet? Yeah. Like
I would say
jumping
about
distance.
25 feet, 20 feet.
So while
We're
they're
not
getting,
wussies.
while they're getting like a rope, Puddles and I'd be like,
Yeah.
and we just hop
We
it.
we do a little hippity hop. I'll toss some of my rope to Zag and say good luck. Bye. And I just like
Good
walk
luck.
backwards.
We're gonna lick everything.
Awesome.
Oh,
So you hop down, and Zig and Zag are not too far behind you, and you see a dark, round room with stone walls extending down from the cosmic shrine. A small but brisk river runs through the center of the room, cutting it in half, and then vanishing down a dark passageway on the far wall. The river's source is too dark to make out details, but through a low opening that it enters, you see there's some circular cavern of water that's lying oddly still from the source. The lake water above is pouring into this chamber from outside, right into this small river, which leaves the chamber's floor relatively dry. On your side of this river, there is a crude old log boat moored next to the river. The air is thick with dust, many aged crates line the walls, and a white marble staircase rises up to what was once an entryway within the shrine, now expertly sealed over. The entire wall on the other side of the river is covered by a huge, beautifully painted and carved mural, seemingly sealed off from the passage of time.
Oh dear.
I don't know what all of this means.
Let's go lick it all.
I agree.
Lick it all.
Yeah.
When you get it, you just see like little like wet spots on everything.
Gross.
Just covered in dust and mushroom.
Yeah, yeah.
Zig and Zag
yeah.
are like really not sure if they want to keep following you two.
Yeah.
Ugh.
They
Zig
moved to
is-
the other side of the river.
Zig is like lighting sparklers to see better with, like instead of like a torch.
Awesome. Just leaving them on the ground after 30 seconds. You have to go back and light another. and-
Oh shoot.
So I have a question about like is the village in general, is it quite small? Like would they know each other pretty
Yes.
well, or would they just sort of know
Yes,
each other?
this is like 300 people. This is like
Okay.
everyone knows everyone. If there's a birth, everyone shows up to like congratulate the parents. Like it's a small town.
Okay. So they know that like Zig and Zag like tell everyone that they're identical twins.
Yeah.
They look the same.
So cute.
Okay. Can we take a better look at the mural and see? I'd be interested in what it shows in comparison to like the upstairs ones.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Uh,
species
so f-
can cast fire. I was wondering if I could use it to like light stuff up a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, you may hear a little bit of an unhappy gasp from Apple above, but you're able to control it.
Okay.
And for Zig, if you're going to contrast with the interior above, I will describe the main room first before we
Okay.
describe the mural. So inside, it's smooth wood floors from wall to wall, dominated by the bottom end of what people call the sky tube, which hangs out from the ceiling. The purpose of this huge object has been debated many times, but nowadays it points directly towards the unmoving sun. The light of the sun filters down through this glass tube into a single point, which is capable of starting the festival's torch flames when the cap is removed. Then there's also a doorway to a small, what's it called? Like a small patio overlooking the lake. And then the ceilings and walls inside are covered in murals of mysterious legends. Primarily, these painted clouds billow and swell in ways not known to be possible. There's a lot of tables with like archaeology instruments, ceremonial tools, a lot of empty bookcases. That is kind of the gist of what you get up there. As you approach the mural down here, you see a couple things. The art appears to depict two beings locked in a harmonious cycle of some sort. The first resembles a fiery bird and is carrying what seems pretty clearly to be the sun. The other is a dark reptilian, and it's carrying something else. It's shaped like the sun, but it's smaller, and you don't recognize it. Similar scenes stretch across this wall, and much further along the mural, a whole section has been marked with this bright red paint. The unfamiliar celestial body has been painted all around in red flames, making it resemble the sun, and there's a hastily scrawled message underneath.
I want to read it.
You run up to it, and you see that it is pretty unintelligible. I will copy and paste the text that you see into our little chat here.
Mm.
You can also make checks about it. So if anyone wants to make like history, nature, religion.
Don't you worry, we're all very intelligent
We're
adventurers.
Very
Yeah,
smart.
True.
Button said this is like a deconstructed word. Do you think you can get that?
You're so true, Zag. You just know how to get my brain a churning. I want to do like an intelligence check or like investigation or something with this.
Oh.
Awesome. What specific check would you like to make?
Can I do insight or is it straight intelligence? Should it be intelligence?
I would take insight.
Okay, because that gives me a plus-
Insight's like determining what someone's saying's motive, so
Okay.
that's relevant.
6
6?
total.
6 total.
You can see pretty clearly that a lot of this word has been deconstructed. It's pretty hard to tell.
It's missing some vowels.
Yes.
And maybe some consonants. It's hard to say.
Pretty sure that's supposed to be a Q.
Can I?
Mhm.
You take some time looking at it, and you don't get much further. But there is also the crates and the boat and the river itself. Is anyone else checking out the mural?
Can I roll? This is not going to be useful, but I would like to roll survival to see if I can determine what could have caused some of the word to be scratched out. Whether it's with age
Ooh.
Yeah.
or from
Why don't you do?
something.
You could. Yeah, you could do survival. You could do investigation, or you could do history.
I'll do survival. That's a 13.
A 13.
Yeah.
It's hard to place exactly why. There's this really strange imagery that seems like kind of familiar to the imagery you've seen in other parts of the shrine, but the vibe is strange here. You get the impression that something bad must have been happening like while this was getting written. You
Something
don't know at all
bad.
what,
Yes.
but the person writing this, like they were in a hurry for a reason.
Yes. I think you were right. I think they just misspelled the word. I think they were all just really scared and really in a rush. And you know, typos happen, especially when you're anxious or in a rush.
Especially when you're not typing at all.
Especially when you're not typing at all. Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
see you and I buttons,
Sa-
same wavelength.
Same brain cell.
Same brain.
Same brain cell.
Yup.
Mhm.
That's
Can I
it.
borrow it?
Okay.
Yeah, you can have
Okay.
it back.
Same brain.
Zach, I think I figured it out. So they don't like the rock that lizard's carrying. It's a ped rock.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
So you said there's crates in a boat, and the boat's like is it in the water, like in the river?
It is like tied up along the river.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'll probably look at the crates, I guess, before we get on the boat.
Guys,
Going for the
I had an
crates.
idea.
What's
I
your
love
idea?
ideas.
I think we should be an adventuring team that specializes in murder mysteries.
That's the best
At the
idea
same time,
you've
Zigzag,
had
you're like,
since
no.
the deconstructed
No.
soups. This is brilliant.
How a deconstructed mystery.
We're
Mm.
deconstructing the mysteries.
Oh my
I
god.
like it. Mhm.
Awesome.
I can't
Zig,
think
make
of- yeah,
make an
wait.
intelligence check as you go over to
Okay,
those crates.
awesome. That is a a dirty 20.
Hey.
30-20. Very good. You go over to these crates, just completely covered in like a thicker layer of dust than you've ever seen. You pry one open pretty easily, and you find dozens upon dozens of weird scrolls covered in, you assume, artwork.
Mhm.
You see that it's these white dots on every single scroll on a background of this deep blue color. Some of them are connected by these thin lines, creating shapes that seem like someone was trying to make it into something, but you can't really interpret it. It's like maybe a map, maybe an art piece, but there's just dozens of them. They're always dark blue with these white dots.
Man, whoever made all this art in here is pretty crazy and creative. Like there's rocks that aren't the sun, and there's all the white dots. It's like there's lots of little suns. Who cares? And he's just gonna throw it.
None of my business.
And so the boat, like there's a flowing river, and there's a boat like moored up that could be like taken down the water.
Yeah, so if you go over to the boat, you see it's this like crude log boat. It's slathered all over with pitch to protect it from the ravages of time, but even the pitch has grown brittle and crumbles off. On the front, you see this little like dimly glowing crystal. It's like kind of lighting the area around it.
Okay.
And then, yes, it's this narrow river that vanishes into a dark passageway that is blocked by a metal sluice gate that is only letting water through.
Oh, hey
Ooh.
guys, is anyone good at breaking gates?
Wait.
I'm good at
wait.
breaking things.
Buttons. Idea.
What?
We
What?
lick the gate, and as we're licking the
God.
gate, we
I
pull
just-
the gate off.
That's like
I-
walking and chewing bubble gum at the same time, Puddles. But
Exactly.
I think we can do
I
it.
think we can as well.
I think we can.
I think
Stay back, Zig and Zag.
You
We got
stay
this.
safe. Do we got this?
Zig and Zag, as they're planning this out, you notice a lever.
We wait for them to
We
lick
let
it
'em,
and have their
yeah.
tongues firmly
Yes.
wrapped around it before we
So-
pull the lever.
Gracie, I don't know what you have planned, but I have an idea.
Okay, great. I have no
Um,
ideas. I gave you the
Okay,
brain
so
cell.
we walk up. Okay. You just kind of like, I'm like, I look at
Mhm.
it. I pull out my pan from the ethereal plane and be like, and then I cast Thunder
Oh.
Wave at the door.
Oh my
I
God.
will cast Thorn Whip. I will
Dude,
cast
chill
Thorn Whip.
out. God.
So Thunder Wave, 15-foot cube originating from me, like anything unsecured objects that are completely within the area effect are automatically pushed 10 feet away by the spell's effect, and the spell's enormous emits a thunderous boom audible from 300 feet. So there was an explosion under here.
Awesome. So we're getting a thunder wave and a thorn whip.
Yeah.
What we see here is
Don't worry,
Puddles.
Ethel!
You watch as Buttons approaches the gate, hops up there, and makes this huge boom, which, as Quincy pointed out, it removes unsecured items. I would call this gate pretty well secured, but you do see something shoot out from next to the gate. And with your Thorn Whip, you divert from trying to grab the gate to trying to grab this small object that goes flying out. And right before it goes right for Zag's head, you pull in this big chunk of metal covered in red paint that was jammed into the lever to prevent it from being opened.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh man, I didn't know that Buttons was a firework. That was awesome.
Well, you stick with me, kid. You'll learn lots of things.
You stick with me, we'll all become fireworks.
I'm gonna get in the boat, guys. If you want to come.
Oh, I love a boat ride.
An
Yes.
adventure? Let's do it.
Yes. At this point as well, I would like to just state that Petals has opened her hat to let all the fireflies go in, like on top of her head, and she puts her hat back on, her big floppy hat. So her hat's just like very faintly glowing from a
Oh,
swarm of.
I
of
just want to say I
fireflies.
love the fact that you carry your snacks with you.
Oh they're not my snacks, you know.
Oh,
You know,
you
they're
play with your food?
well, no, they're not my food. Buttons. They're my friends. You see, bugs are really
You're
awesome.
friends with your food?
Well, again, they're not my food.
I eat
They're-
my friends.
They're
And people
what?
call
Oh,
us unhinged, Zeg.
Really?
well, you see, they're bugs, and these bugs are my friends. They're not my food. Because bugs are really awesome, you know. And I think that we should all, as a collective, be studying them more because I think we can learn a lot from bugs.
So you don't
Um,
eat them.
No.
Zig is going to, as soon as everyone's in the boat, use their mage hand to pull the lever and like untie them.
Awesome. As you are going to pull this lever down, you hear. Sorry, I lost my place. You hear feet pattering along the floorboards of the ground floor above you, and each step sounds like there are two different sounds, a different sound for each foot, which identifies you very quickly that this is Elmi, a very elderly Quee, running up to the edge of this hole that you are in. You see she's wearing this finely embroidered jacket and hat, which haven't been in fashion since her youth, and an elegant wooden prosthetic leg with similarly outdated patterns carved into it. And the first thing that she says is, "He got washed away. The sandwich delivery boy. I ordered him, ma'am." And she's like super out of breath, but she's trying to get it out. I ordered a sandwich, and I was sitting on the riverbank waiting for it. He was crossing the river on his little paddle boat. He's so cute. And one of them big fishes came right out of the water and grabbed the sandwich. Next thing I know, he's paddling off down the river, and he went right over the edge of the waterfall. We gotta get him.
Oh dear.
You want us to do it?
For how much?
She looks down. She looks down at her leg and says, "Oh yeah, I'm a little old."
Don't worry, we're the heroes for the job.
Yep.
Oh, good.
Oh dear.
I can show you. I can show you. And she immediately starts taking off, hoping that you follow.
Dear.
She said
okay.
it down the river, right? We could take the boat.
Yeah.
We don't know why
Different
this
river.
tunnel goes, right, guys? I don't-
Puddles!
Paddle.
Zig kind of looks longingly down into like the unknown dark cavern that looks really fun and exciting, and then up at the hole in the ceiling, and it's just like, man.
Apple looks over the edge and says, "As soon as you rescue the boy, I'd be happy to throw you down the hole and be rid of you."
That's so sweet of you to say, Apple.
Yeah.
Anything
I always
for
knew you
you.
liked us.
I guess I'll climb up the rope and take off after the old queer lady.
Awesome.
We'll go that way.
We'll do
all
it that way. I guess.
Run after her, and you run down the docks, hopping over the spots where the salmon kind of cracked holes in the wood, and she takes you right to the edge where the sea of fog is licking up to the edge here. No one has ever. It's kind of taboo to even like reach out and touch the fog. That's kind of the attitude that people have here. But she's like looking back and forth, and she said, I heard him. I heard him splash down there, and it wasn't that far. I
Oh,
I'm
dear.
going to
How do we go
cast.
down?
I'm going to do my second use of create or destroy water, and I can destroy 30 feet of fog as part of the spell. So kind of just like disperse fog over the area that was said to be like where the kid was at.
Oh,
This
smart.
cliff
Like it.
is exactly 30 feet down.
Oh.
You clear the fog with a woof as it parts, and you see it kind of steam up like a hot bowl of soup. And fittingly, down there, you see a large pond like the bowl of soup. And you see a couple things. And it gets odder but better as you go. You see a seemingly empty pond, empty from everything except one final salmon. You also see the sandwich delivery boy, a Dwalas, a cute little, at least he was a cute little orange-furred boy, but notably, small scraps of smoldering fur litter the scene, along with pieces of his smashed paddle boat that float in the water. A familiar fat-old crocodile that you've all seen around stands defensively between him and the salmon, rasping calmly, and fights don't seem to be happening right now. And the boy looks up, and you see a strangely bald face. Something's happened that usually happens a lot later in a Dwala's life. He has hit his sunset, the once-in-a-lifetime moment where a Dwala's fur burns red hot and bursts into flames, and they get this burst of power to protect things that are important. This is a balding 6-year-old Dwala's.
Oh.
He's holding one of the little pegs of his paddle boat and looking up at you. He says, "It stole my sandwich!" And he looks so mad. He's clearly crying. He's mad more than anything. You see like a little delivery lunchbox to the side. It doesn't seem like he's in any danger, but the fog is like immediately replacing it.
Oh dear.
You do have time to notice though that with the position of the pond, as long as you don't mind getting away from the salmon, you could jump and you would be pretty safe.
Yeet.
Let's do it.
Awesome. Everyone jumping?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Awesome. You all dive as Elmi's like, and she like goes to jump and decides better of it. You splash into the water. Is the goal here to immediately get out of the water away from the salmon, to fight the salmon? What is the thought here?
Does
Didn't
the
think this
salmon
thought
look a
through.
bit? Does the salmon look a bit messed up? Like it's been beaten and like been through a battle?
Was this the one that we were fighting earlier?
It does look a little beat up, and it doesn't actually seem like it's coming after you.
Like it doesn't seem
You do
aggressive.
recognize it. It is the one that you were fighting earlier, but it doesn't act in the way it did before. And you see some of the mushrooms are missing.
Oh.
And why don't you make a nature check for me? Anyone who would like to?
Sure.
Ooh. I like that. What do I get?
15, 9 plus 6.
I rolled a 15 on die. I add 18.
Awesome. That is
I-
enough here. You realize that this thing is swimming around a little clutch of these red salmon eggs in the water. And it seems more intent on food and protecting these eggs than on fighting anything. You all splash into the water, and it's pretty easy to pull yourselves out. This thing does not come after you immediately. It seems a little bit odd still and jittery in its movement, but it's not on a rampage the way it was before.
Could I?
And before you have any time to react or speak, as you pull yourselves to your feet in this fog that washes back over you, the fog starts to swirl in a way that it wasn't before, and you feel the tingle of magic wash over your bodies.
Uh-oh.
A disembodied voice echoes through the peaty cliffs you stand on.
Oh.
Hear my voice. I, Ignatius, the warden of the volcano, make my final call for aid. Long years have I held the eclipsing at bay, but its wrath boils over. It will soon erupt and turn the world into nothing but ash and vapor. My strength fades like the waning of the moon. Heed my call. Come to the Lone Mountain and rescue the cosmic crocodile. Return his night to the world, lest we perish in the eternal day of fire.
Wait, the
voice
cosmic
dissipates.
crocodile's real?
The voice dissipates, and you are left standing on the quiet cliff ledge. The ground rumbles beneath your feet, and a roar is heard from miles away. Suddenly, even through 30 feet of thick white fog, you're able to see the dormant volcano in the distance as it releases a jet of angry orange flame, casting your party's faces in a sickly yellow light. The lone mountain, long sleeping, has begun to awaken.
Badass.
Oh, yeah.
Oh dear.
That voice was a lot louder than the usual like little voices in my head that tell me to do things.
As you say that, the little Dwala's voice says, "You heard that too?"
Yeah. Oh hi. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh my. Um.
He said I couldn't help.
Okay. That's probably for the best. That we get
What?
to.
I can help?
You're helping plenty by going back home.
You can go and get a
My
new
mom always
manwich.
says that.
Well, your mom's always right. Remember that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he like puts his hands up for uppies.
Oh.
Uppies! Who wants uppies? Who's doing it?
Is
I'm
he
the
still
biggest.
on-
I think I
is he
should
still
uppies
on
him.
like
Yeah.
fire when he's asking for uppies?
He's not on fire. So
Okay.
the way that this works with the Dwellers is essentially for a minute or so, they catch fire, are able to defend or whatever it is that is so important, and then from then on the fur is permanently burnt away. So he's now just a completely naked Dweller's boy. He's wearing clothes, but he just shows this like smooth ashy gray skin now.
Oh my gosh.
I think Zag is gonna go over and pick him up. He's the biggest and probably the best at carrying him.
Yeah.
And also the Dwellers in the group. As soon
Mhm.
as you pick him up, he goes, "I got my sunset before you.
Don't make me drop you.
I didn't like it though. Don't tell them. It was scary."
I bet you
Zig
look
and
really
Zag
cool though.
don't really acknowledge their individual races because
Mm-mm.
their mum is a trooper, so they just kind of
Right.
think they're troopers.
Zig just like, I wonder when my sunset's gonna happen. Awesome. With that, you basically have this scene in front of you. No combat is happening. The salmon seems like it's not trying to jump out at you anymore. Does anyone want to make any like investigation or nature checks on this little scene?
Could
Yeah,
I?
like what is.
Could I
Go
cast?
ahead.
I was gonna say, can I just cast speak with animals? On.
Sure.
Oh.
Let me just pop that. Yeah, I'd like to cast speak with animals, and just go over and say, "Hello."
It like snaps up to you really strangely. Like a fish's neck shouldn't turn, but it does. And
Yeah.
one eye faces you, and you hear almost like a staticky sound for a moment as your spell's like trying to find purchase in the communication of this creature. And you kind of hear two sounds at once. You hear one that's a little bit more what you are used to and use this sort of spell. This kind of slippery voice is, "Stay away from my eggs."
Okay.
But
Okay.
at the same time, you hear like a dozen smaller voices just whispering, "Burn, burn."
Burn. Oh, so we're in water. Water doesn't burn. Um, and I think,
I thought that too.
yeah, yeah. You seem like you could use some help there. Is
Stay
there?
away.
Okay, I'll stay away. Um, is there any way to roll to see if like these mushrooms would be removable by chance?
Yeah, you can make a nature check for me or a medicine check.
Is oh dear. That is a Where's my nature? That is a 14.
14. You take a look from the distance that it's requesting you stay back from, and this is not something that people like it. Mushrooms just became known as like a food item in general. This is not something you know about at all, really. And
Yeah.
on top of that, like doing something medical with it, this is a little too complicated for you to say like, yeah, I could do something about this.
Okay.
So you're not ruling out that like it is possible in the world, but nothing you know of would be like a clear solution here.
Okay. Well, you know what? I will stay away. Um, all those extra little hot things growing off your back, maybe sometime you'd like to get a nice back scratcher scrub against the pebbles or the rocks sometime. Just a suggestion. And I'm gonna back away and
It
return to the group.
it stares at you, and you for the first time get the sense that it is recognizing you as potentially trying to help and not just like another creature. And it thinks for a little bit longer and then just says, "Doesn't help.
Oh.
My eggs, healthy, me not. I leave. Tell no one."
Oh,
Oh.
okay. All right, be safe then. Okay.
You hear a bit of a laugh when you say that.
Well, okay, we're not laughing right now. This isn't a laughing matter. I'm gonna cast guidance on the salmon, but not on the mushrooms. And just
Hmm.
good luck. You got this. And I'm gonna walk away. Guys, I don't think the
As you
mushrooms
kind
like
of
me.
leave the spell's radius, it says, "Thinking." And you see it kind of cover the eggs up with a little bit of dirt below the water and then splashes down another waterfall further into the fog.
Very nice. How do we get?
I want to go
Yeah.
back to my mom.
Oh. Um, uh, do you guys think that we have time for a pit stop, or are we just gonna start kidnapping this guy? I'm fine with either, but what do you think?
We'll leave
Um,
him somewhere. We could leave him with Apple. They seem like a responsible adult.
Oh, that would be
That's a
perfect.
good
That's
idea.
a really
'Cause-
good
Great idea.
I'm not good with children.
Hey kid, do you want to play with some
Kids scare me.
fireworks?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! Okay, we'll take you to the fireworks. But I'm
We
only
like to
going to
start
give
'em
you one
young.
match because you've got to be responsible.
And resourceful.
I mean,
Okay.
You do a lot with this one. And I guess we walk him back to. Are we able to walk back through the cabin? The cavern that we just came
Yeah,
through?
is there a way back up the waterfall that we jumped up?
Yeah.
So you would basically just need to climb up, and with like trailing ivy and stuff, it's not too hard to find a path up. You just kind of have him like grab onto your back like a little piggyback ride, and you
Okay.
guys are able to help each other up, especially with the Treeper's assistance. Like it's a 30-foot cliff; they can jump halfway up.
you just toss the kid.
We both just together a hand and we launch.
I aim him again
Yeah, you
like
guys-
I did with the zig. I'm like, okay.
All right.
Do a little acrobatics routine.
Mhm.
So you get the child up onto the ledge, and the rest of you follow. And you see a very large crowd of villagers all awaiting your return above the fog. And you seem to catch them like mid argument. A trailblazed trooper calls out, "Well, someone did go down into the sea of fog and clearly came back just fine, so maybe it's not so dangerous after all." And there's a couple of murmurs of agreement from the crowd. His friend replies, "Yeah, someone should take one for the team and go down there and investigate where those critters even came from." But several of the burly woodcarver dwarves step forward, arms folded. They, as you've kind of heard, are the local volunteer squad for keeping the peace in town, which doesn't come up too often. Goodburl, their leader, stands in front of your party scowling and says, "Anyone who wants to leave town and get their fool selves hurt will have to go through us first. I'm not going to see any Sunny Upsiders get hurt on my watch. And I'm serious, I'll throw you in the brig." And all his supporters nod in agreement, and the crowd kind of murmurs a little more fearfully.
Oh, hey everybody.
We just came.
They all
from
turn towards you and very expectant faces.
Oh,
Did
there
whatever
was
you think we did, we didn't.
There was a crazy fish, eh? We got there's the kid. Hi, hello. Whose child is this?
Zach's gonna hold it
Oh,
up.
that
like,
one's
arms length away.
mine. You see a mom surrounded by like 10 Dwala's kids, and she's like, "That one's mine. You can bring him over."
Zig is gonna see if he can sneak with everybody watching a couple of matches, like into the kid's pocket as he like leaves.
Yeah, you get that across no problem.
Cool.
He gives you a little thumbs up.
There was a voice. Did no one hear the voice up here?
Everyone looks around, and they seem like that's like the weirdest thing that they've heard so far. They're kind of questioningly looking at you.
It was like, the little voice that tells you like to set fire to stuff sometimes, or like to jump. It was like that, but like way louder, eh? And boom, there's a big boom and explode. Guys, back me up. I'm telling the truth.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. There's a big
it was
fire, and the volcano's gonna
bonkers.
erupt, and we're all gonna die.
And we all have to save the cosmic crocodile. And by we, I mean the four of us.
Us, because
Yeah.
we're technically the best,
We
and
are.
we saved y'all from the salmon
You're
when none of y'all did
welcome.
squat. The
Yeah.
losers.
Well, I'm proud of you. You guys did step in, and you did great. The effort was
But you
great.
missed, and you suck.
Well, okay, but you hit one time, and that one time was really great and really impactful.
Don't lie to them, Puddles.
I'm trying.
We gotta give them hard straight.
They are going to
As-
throw us into the brick.
As soon as Goodburl starts to try to respond to you, there's like a squeaky little voice pipe up, and you see that same Dwala's kid on his mom's shoulders. "When I first fell down into the pond, I heard a voice talking in my head too. He said I'm too little and I can't help, even though I wasn't scared."
From the mouths of babes.
They don't lie.
And the mom kind of unimpressed is like, "He's really an honest kid. I would believe him." And with that, the crowd seems to move more towards the side of like, we need to investigate this further. You're starting to sense.
We found a tunnel in the shrine, and I think if we take the tunnel, then we can go save the crocodile, be heroes of the town, and everyone will let us play with all the fireworks because that's what heroes get to do.
Awesome. So in this conversation, should I assume that you guys have essentially explained the
Mhm.
gist of what the voice told you?
As
Oh,
the
yeah.
best as you perceive that we will.
Yep. Leave
Yeah.
that to
So
your
like
interpretation.
65% accurate.
It's like
Pretty much.
it's paraphrased. It is very very paraphrased.
And they're all like talking over each other.
We're like
Things I think.
telephoning, and it's just
Exactly. And I think Goodbro responds and says, "You think that you just learned about the world ending and we just happen to have a tunnel to the solution?" And he seems to think like, "Oh, I've got you there," but everyone's just like, "Yeah, no, that makes sense. That
Mhm.
that totally checks out. It's the same day, everything." And drowned out by yet another treeper. These guys love to pipe up. "If our crocodile spirit is hurt, someone's got to get down there and help him." And immediately there's like cheers of agreement, especially from the old folks in town. Even Elmi, the woman who brought you over here, says, "And if that volcano's fixing to erupt, we're in for a world of trouble. Someone needs to go find a way to plug it up."
Oh, we
And with
don't
that-
want the volcano to explode. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm totally on the same page, guys. Definitely.
What?
And Goodburl, he grumbles to himself and shakes his head and says, "Well, I suppose if you're all voting for it, then I can't really oppose you. Goodness knows we can't withstand many more of these critter attacks or someone gets seriously hurt. But if you insist on going down there, you had better prepare yourselves properly." And with that, another eruption of crowd cheers, and you're surrounded by excited villagers thumping you on the back. Folks even begin to open up their purses, offering you financial support as you prepare for your journey.
Oh,
You're soured in
absolutely.
coins,
Mhm.
and all in all, you come away with 100 gold apiece. It
Oh.
is agreed in this little session that you will be sent off on your journey right at the start of the Crocodile Festival with a grand ceremony.
Well, look at us go. This is
We're
fantastic.
superheroes. We're basically gods.
We're basically the best ever.
Mm-hmm. There's a
Kind of
cosmic
amazing.
crocodile. Then there's us.
And there's us.
That's all I'm saying.
Then there's a lot of
I
space,
quite-
and then everyone else.
That's
I
what I'm
do think
saying.
That's
what
the
I'm
pecking
saying.
order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely.
But I would say like I'm maybe like 2 rungs above you guys. Just
Oh.
Why?
Why would you say that?
Mm-hmm.
because
Is it because
Me-
you were cheaper too?
I like to think that me and Zeg both descend from the cosmic crocodile on account of our like dashing good looks.
I thought you both descended from a treeper.
Well,
Yeah.
he knows who our dad was. But we're identical. Look at us. We basically look like the crocodile.
It's the same thing
we
as
know
being
that
like
beautiful,
doubly
the-
handsome, but split
Yes.
between the two of us.
Mhm.
Our
Yeah.
party of 4 treepers that will
I
save
can't.
the day.
I can't tell you apart. We already know this. We've been through
Yeah.
this. Gosh.
Like, you
What?
don't need to make it worse.
We know that sometimes you switch places and we don't know
Yeah.
who's
It's
who.
really sometimes one of you's suddenly it's Zag and Zig and not Zigzag.
I know.
Like,
Gosh.
gosh. Can't believe
Anyway,
it.
just because you got similar names, you think you're better than us?
I think that's
That
what
might be
they
true,
said.
but
Well,
Well,
you
we
know
know
what,
we're better
Buttons?
than you.
We
Oh.
kind of have similar names too.
we do puddles.
We do, Buttons.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That mean we're higher than
that-
ourselves?
The whole group
Yeah.
kind of rushes off to begin the final preparations for the festival. Of course, none of them expecting you to help anymore, as you obviously should take this time to prepare for the journey you're about to go on. The crowd breaks up, but an old mossy green avagapo, similar to Zig in a way, he approaches you. His feathers are tinged with gray, and he wears a tiny pair of half-moon spectacles perched on his beak. It's Spencer, the local oddball owner of an antique shop called Time-Worn Tidbits. And he says with much gravity, I need you to come to my shop and discuss an urgent matter. I've something I need you to see that I think is related to the journey that lies ahead." And immediately he sets off towards Time-Worn Tidbits.
Oh,
I
dear.
will just say, no one talked to me this much ever. This is crazy. This is what being a god's like. Let's go.
You're a big mover now. You follow him along and you find his antique shop so crowded with wares that they're continually spilling out onto the lawn and pathways. He's embraced the chaos and runs something of a perpetual yard sale, spreading his goods on blankets and tables all around the building. And though the town is invested in the latest trend and invention most of the time, he's one of the few villagers who remains curious about older technology. Long forgotten adventuring gear can be found in his strange collection, among other curiosities and knickknacks. Some townfolk tag along with you, kind of curious to see what Spencer has to show you. And in fact, you see a couple of familiar faces tagging along. You see your beautiful treeper mom, Zig and Zag, coming to support you. Does anyone else have any family or close friends that would be wanting to check this out before you supposedly go into the fog?
No.
No.
Oh, but
That makes sense.
So Zig and Zag's mum is like in permanent denial about like how terribly behaved her children are. Like she thinks they're like absolute sweethearts. Like people like angry villagers will come knocking on the door to the house like to complain, and they'll be climbing in the window with all the stuff they've stolen, and she'd be like, "Oh, they would never. That doesn't sound like my
How
Zig."
dare you accuse my children of that?
I love that.
We're her precious angels.
Yeah, she's
Mhm.
following along, and like she's not like in talking distance, but you can hear her kind of talking to other villagers, like, "Oh, my two little babies, they're such leaders."
So proud.
You head your way in. People kind of most people are kind of rubbernecking, like, "Yeah, I'm here to shop," and they're clearly trying to listen in. Spencer reaches behind the counter, and after digging around in the mess for a bit, he presents a package to you. It has been carefully wrapped in wax paper to protect it from the passage of time. And as this paper falls away, it reveals a big jet black pair of gardening shears, as well as a time-worn journal. And the crowd can't help but ooh and ah a little bit, despite their fake shopping. And he explains, "These here are the obsidian shears and the fungal journal. They were passed down to me in secret by my ancestor and an old shrine keeper at the Cosmic Shrine. I'm unsure of their purpose, to be frank, but I feel they are important to understanding what lies in the wilderness below. There's a magic in them. Trust me."
So you're
So-
giving us a journal and some gardening tools to go save the world?
That's right. Exactly that. Be brave and answer Ignatius's. That was his name, Ignatius.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
I don't
think
know.
it
You're the
was. It was-
person who knows the god.
Iggy. Yeah.
Iggy, the
Go
god
discover-
Iggy.
Iggy.
Mhm.
Go discover something new. And in return for my family heirlooms, I ask only that you bring me back some curiosities from the wide world for me to tinker with. It has been so long since I had something novel in my hands. And he smiles wistfully at you.
It would be. I'm just saying, this carrying all this stuff. Do you have like a bag to hold stuff in? You know, like a holding bag, holding
bag
of
of
bag of
holding?
holding.
That's a good name. We should trademark that.
I like it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, let me think. And he starts like digging through things.
I put
I've
down
got
a copper.
I've got a
I put
I've
down
got
a
a canvas
copper.
of carrying.
A
ca-
canvas of carrying.
What?
That's right.
No, we said a bag of holding.
Well, a
That's
canvas of
complete-
carrying. Maybe it would do like the same thing, right? How much does it? How much does a canvas carry?
Yeah.
About as much as it looks like.
Is it any magical?
Oh no, it's a canvas. What are you talking about?
Mm.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take it.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll drop the stuff in.
Really? Okay. Okay. You know what? Have it. It's just a bag.
Do you have anything magical or enchanted? That's what adventurers say.
Yes.
Yes,
We have,
we
we
are.
have so
I
much
have-
money now.
We do.
I have just the thing if you're looking for something magical and wonderful. I'll be right back. And he goes through a little doorway, and you see his tail feathers sticking out as he digs through another box. And then he comes up again, and he's got this little metal box with like a turning crank on the side. And he says, "This, my friends, is the enchanted grinder of the Wizard Espresso."
Wow.
What does
What?
it do?
Open it up. You open it up, and there's this little twisty thing, and you see the little gears are, and it is a coffee grinder.
Nice.
But notably, coffee does not exist in this town.
Oh.
And the closer you look, it does have this little starry pattern, which Spencer insists is the mark of the famous Wizard Espresso.
Oh. Okay, but we don't know what stars are, right?
Correct.
So to us, this is just a load of spiky dots.
They look
For
like
you
the
specifically,
dots?
Oh, they
for you
look like
specifically, you would look and you would say, "Why does this look like all those scrolls in that basement?"
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, guys, I
Wait.
found art with like these little dots on.
Oh. Maybe we should.
This is part of our investigation, and we
We're
need this for free.
We're gonna have to confiscate this now. Thank you very much. Okay, bye.
That's
Bye.
not how this works.
It is
Oh.
That's not
now.
how this works. And he snatches it back.
We're
I
I've
need a
gone.
second.
given you. I've. I've given you literal family heirlooms that are who knows how old.
Your
Yeah, we
gifts
know
have
what
been
to do
returned.
with it. That's your responsibility.
The
You're the one
whole
giving it to
town
us.
just the whole town gave you money. You can give an old man a little bit.
In the midst of the commotion, can Zig and Zag both just like pocket something?
Yeah, the
Just
closest
real
thing.
quickly.
I was gonna say the same thing. The
Yeah.
closest thing,
Roll-
just on any
roll-
No
shelf.
matter what it is, they just like roll it into their pocket.
Roll a luck check. Roll a luck check
Okay.
to see how good of a thing you pocket.
Okay.
Oh,
Just
okay.
a flat d20.
Look.
I got a 14.
I got an 11.
An 11 and a 14.
Mm.
Your bells start
Hmm.
jingling.
Let's do this. So the 11, you reach around and you go into a box that it has all these kind of like metal tubes in it that have these little like clicking like apparatus on it. It's kind of like a pen, but you can't figure exactly, excuse me, what it is.
Mhm.
But then you grab something a little bit softer and there's not enough time to even look. You throw it in your bag.
Nice.
And a little bit later, you would find that you grabbed a candle of the deep, a candle
Oh.
that can burn even in water.
Oh, that's
And then
awesome.
the other one was a 14.
Mm-hmm.
On the 14, give me a stealth check as well.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Something big.
Stealth or sleight of hand?
Either one.
Okay, I mean that's the same roll actually. That's a silly question. Is a 9 plus 6 a 15.
15. You manage to, from within a small box full of little metal knickknacks, you pull a ring out and throw it in your bag. And you are not quite sure what is special about this ring, but you get the unique sense that there is something magic about it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say it's a very like just they're not even conscious they're doing it. They just instinctively reach and pocket something. You
club
know,
toes.
so that they'll check out
They
later.
can't help it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Like,
And with that, before we move to the next scene, if we could take another quick bathroom break before we wrap this up.
Of
course.
course.
Mhm.
Awesome.
Let me
But-
put us here. Alrighty,
you can
we will
show
be
the new
right
art.
back. Yes, I'm
Gracie.
gonna add those in.
Oh.
We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Whoa.
Yay!
It's time for the final push.
Whee!
Let's do this.
All right, let's get right to it.
Saving the world.
So, you all take the obsidian shears and the fungal journal, which I forgot I should actually provide you the images for. There are some torn up pages that you can look into maybe a little bit later. They're not super relevant right now, but you can very clearly tell that there is some ancient information that specifies specific mushrooms, as if it's not just mushrooms do thing. It's like this type of mushroom does thing, this type of mushroom does different thing. And you start heading off. You see people are just bumbling about, looking for any way to get the festival prepared and kind of speed it up so that they can set it off on your departure on this important mission. You have enough time to take a short rest, heal up some of your wounds here. People are bringing you food and helping kind of patch you up, which we can take care of in a bit. But you said that your next destination is Sally's, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I guess so.
Awesome. So Sally's Manwiches, she is not at her stall in the middle of town where the combat
Dang.
took place. You see that she's taken most of her important cookware back to her shop, as the trunk carver dwarves are busy repairing all of the wood that, if you noticed, was making like a half circle around her area of the dock and was pretty ready to fall into the water. So she's back at her shop, a comfortable cafe nestled among the banana trees at the river's edge. Due to the year-round perfect weather, the cafe is mostly outdoors, roofless, and open to the blue sky that is starting to turn a little yellowy for the first time due to that smoke rising from the lone mountain in the distance. Round tables are scattered throughout the lobby, sheltered from the bright sun by big leaf umbrellas. Social patrons can sit at the long bar and chat directly with Sally, the proprietor and head chef, who I imagine, or that I imagine you do. The sizzle of frying mushrooms and the aroma of spicy, tangy sauces permeates the air. She's clearly trying to make up for some of her lost goods in the conflict there. And there's even a live hurdy-gurdy musician playing an odd but pleasant tune in the corner. Sally, the silver-tongued trooper, eyes you all and has a mix of like, oh boy, them again, and also like amusement. She seems kind of impressed, honestly. She's wearing this cheerful gingham apron, and with a wide smile, she says, "Welcome to Sally's Manwiches, home of the world famous Manwich. It's so good, it's like magic." You guys have sure made a name for yourself today, haven't you?
You gotta change that name.
How is it world famous
I just
if you
changed
just
it.
made it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But also a
Yeah.
manwich,
Yeah.
like out of like guys, scale from 1 to like 50 bajillion. What do you give it? I give it like a 2.
I was thinking 2 as well, actually.
You know, yeah, same brain cell, same brain cell.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm thinking
She,
fight,
uh,
fight, fight, fight.
So
She
aggressive.
kind of nods her head and turns around, and you see she brings a board with a new mandwich sliced into 4 small pieces with little toothpicks that have a little flag with her face drawn on them. And she slides it over the counter and says, "You know, we've had a bit of our differences, but at the end of the day, we've got a couple things in common. One, we're very interested in these mushrooms. I've only just started cooking with them. I have a feeling you might find a couple more if you go down there, and I want you to make it back. So I'm gonna put our differences aside. I know you said you gave it a 2, but that's before trying it. Just take one bite." And she slides these little mandwich sliders towards the 4 of you all.
I'm gonna like hold my hand. I'll be like, wait, and I'm gonna take 10 minutes to ritual cast Detect Yummy,
Yummy.
which is a new spell from the book. It is a concentration spell for up to 10 minutes, but it's a ritual cast, so I can ritual cast it. And so for the duration, I sense the presence of edible objects within 60 feet of me. If I sense edible objects this way, I can use my action to see the faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that is edible, and I learn its flavor and nutritional benefits.
You start ritually casting this, and 10 minutes is kind of the baseline time, but you are literally in a cafe. So you are able to cast this a little bit faster, and the spell, it's like normally it's just kind of a bubble that goes around you, but this is like directed towards the sandwiches, which is not something you really expected, and it only takes like a minute or two for your spell to fully cast. These things not only seem like they are going to be so delicious you're probably not going to admit it, they seem like they will heal you.
Mm.
Ooh.
Mm.
Oh.
So are we just supposed to kind of sit here and wait while he floats around in a bubble?
I mean,
I'm
you
hungry.
guys can eat him. You don't have to wait for him.
Yeah, actually, no, I like the
I've
idea
run
that
this
while
restaurant
he's
for
ritual
15 minutes.
casting, like Zig and Zag are just tucking.
I'm going to hold off and I'm going to wait until the brain cell's done. I don't currently have it.
And I'll
We'll just
look
do the
at.
opposite of whatever authoritative figure tells us to do. Yeah.
So
We're like
and
really
Zig, if
loudly
you were-
smacking away on him.
Zig, you said you're tucking in?
Yeah.
You heal 8 hit points.
Oh, awesome.
Nice.
Zag's eating too.
Same for you, 8 hit points.
What do you think?
Baller.
Buttons?
I look over at Puddles. I hate to admit it, but the thing is yummy.
It does. I hate to say it because you know you're my friend. It
Mhm.
does look pretty yummy.
I appreciate your solidarity,
Happy to be
but I
there
think
for
we should
you.
eat it.
I agree.
Mhm.
I'll
All right,
tuck
let's
it.
eat it, buddy.
Nom, 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 nom.
And you each heal 6 HP.
Ah,
Yeah, let's
go.
go.
So, what did you think?
It's alright.
It's fine.
Roll a deception check.
Nat 20.
Can I use hers? 11.
It's a collective
11.
roll.
Interesting.
There's like tears in your
interesting.
eyes.
It's like, it's
You know,
kinda like-
I may be a little rusty. I believe that a 21 insight will beat an 11 deception.
Dang.
What about a
She
nat 20?
smiles at you. She smiles at you for a moment, and she doesn't say anything. But you know.
Not anymore.
That's even
I'll
worse.
take more off your hands if you're just trying to throw it away, because no food waste.
And with that, let me go ahead and send y'all the rest of the menu here. She's got a couple of new items that seem to, as you've proven with Detect Yummy, they have real magical benefits, which is something a little new in this town. Let me grab these here.
I feel like while Buttons and Sally are really talking, Puddles is going to look at Zig and Zag, and she's gonna like make her eyes look really big, and then she's really obviously gonna look over at the bowls, and then turn back around to Sally, and just like lean her arm on Buttons.
Just go-
No
Zig and
subtlety.
Zag don't like being told what to do. So Zig is just gonna be like, "Oh, you want us to like steal those bowls?
Those ones
That's
right there.
crazy, bro.
Wow.
What the heck?"
Somebody should get her.
Zig, stop talking to the voices in your head.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's weird. You're
God,
weird.
we can't take them
Gosh,
anywhere.
We really
Mhm.
can't. How did
So
we end up
silly.
here,
Oh, I can-
Buttons?
You know what? I can think of one place you could take them.
Where?
Y'all found that like tunnel, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
we could.
I'd throw them in.
What? We're
You
hoping you
know,
not get stolen
sandwiches for
from.
the road.
You're gonna give us sandwiches for the road?
That's correct.
For
Now that
free?
you have fairly taken a bite of my sandwich, I'm not going to take a bite of your soup, but one second. And she reaches behind the counter, and you see she pulls up like a big picnic basket. And she says, "Now, you're going to hate the name, but you're going to have to deal with it. Can you give me a promise?"
I promise to deal with it.
She says, "That is all that I needed." And here it is. She says, "This is a Mandwich kit." And as she opens it
Sweet
up,
mercy.
she's She is smiling and says, "This has everything that you're going to need on the road. Assuming that the road isn't that long, I don't actually know. But it's got the fixins, it's got bread, it's got toppings. I made sure to get some of those gnomes to enchant it so things last a little bit longer. And this is going to basically, we don't know how you're going to find food down there. If it's down there, we don't know anything. This is going to provide you enough food that you should be good for your little trip. And then when you get back, maybe you'll have found a new place for your very own restaurant, and we won't be competing anymore."
That was a very long-winded thing to get out of here, but I will take it for free food.
I thought you would.
Question, DM.
Oh.
The sparklers that Zig and Zag pocketed earlier, are they like more of the, because modern sparklers don't, but like old-fashioned sparklers contained gunpowder? Would you say that these are kind of more the ones that would contain gunpowder?
Like a little bit.
A little bit.
Well,
Whilst all the
you can have a little
conversations-
gunpowder as a treat.
Awesome, thank you. Zig is like eyeing up some of the uncooked mushrooms that haven't yet been put in the sandwiches, and would like to use that invisible mage hand that they get as an arcane trickster to float over some gunpowder and like sprinkle it into like that pile of uncooked mushrooms.
So your goal here is just to put gunpowder on mushrooms.
On our
the ones
mushrooms?
the ones that will be cooked. No. The ones that haven't been cooked yet.
Okay. Sure. First, give me a sleight of hand check
Okay.
to cast the spell without being noticed.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That is an 8.
Oh,
That's going to beat a 7.
Let's go!
So you do have, now successfully you've casted this invisible mage hand. Now you need to actually get the gunpowder onto the mushrooms. Give me a stealth check with advantage.
Sally, have I ever told you how gorgeous you look?
Not once.
You're right, because
15
I
plus
would be
6,
lying.
21.
A 21
vicious
is going to
mockery
be
by
an
chance?
18. You successfully put a tiny trace amount of gunpowder on an uncooked mushroom.
Let's go.
I hope that pays off.
Down the road.
Cool. Are we going to be buying anything at Sally's before we take off?
Not for these prices. Good lord.
No, she's really upcharging here.
Gatorade for 50 gold? Pfft.
Mm.
Oh, Gatorade!
For the folks at home, I've sent them a little menu of menu items. We've got the Pepper Upper Pep Witch, which heals 2d4 plus 2. The Crunchy Cleanse Witch, which lets you eliminate a temporary disease or condition. The Big Boy Belly Buster Boost Witch, which as an action gives you 10 temp HP.
Cool.
The Sicky Sticky Sweet Tea, which increases your movement speed by 10 feet for 1 hour. The Ultra Bubble Banana Juice, which as an action lets you breathe underwater for an hour. And finally, Gatorade, a vivid green drink, an old favorite in sunny Upside Town. If a creature fails the saving throw, they can immediately drink this as a reaction and reroll the save. And of course, it is corked by a crocodile tooth.
I think Zach should buy some of the bubble banana juice just because they've been diving into water so often.
But Zag's very object to spending money as a principle.
I don't think Zig and Zag have ever spent money in their lives. So it's gonna be really weird. It's like, wait,
Sally,
so I
Sally
give
sees you too.
It's like I give you this, and then you give us that.
That?
Sally sees you two kind of eyeing one of the pitchers and fumbling about with the money, unsure. And she kind of leans over and says, "Think about it, pal. Do you even know if there's going to be a place to spend money down there?"
Hey, don't pressure them.
Zag,
This
I
is
don't know,
called
we do-
haggling.
This
Haggle.
is haggle back.
We do need the
Haggle
the
back,
money
haggle
to
back.
start our circus.
Haggle
You're
back.
right. For the circus. We'll hold back on buying
We'll hold back.
They'll give you
yeah,
10
we-
gold.
10 gold for your most
Okay.
expensive item.
things.
Take it or
No.
leave it.
All right? You drive a
I
hard
think I'll
bargain
leave it.
for 2 of your most expensive items. Take it or leave it.
Zig, this is what
I'm
you're
gonna
meant
have to
to
go
do.
with leave it.
All right. Mm-hmm. You drive a
okay.
hard bargain. Okay.
We're gonna store it in our in the bank. The bank is the tree in like their backyard where they bury all of their money and their things
It's
that they
it's a
steal.
tree that's growing on the bank of a river.
Yes, exactly. And it's like a deep, deep hole full of dirty coins.
They
Just
they
drop
don't
it.
dream of running away and joining the circus. Their like dream is to start they run
I
away and start
love
their own
that.
circus.
It's like
That's
the
so
one
cute.
dead tree in town because it's just filled with metal. Awesome. Well, with that, to keep the stream on schedule, we're going to cut ahead a little bit, but we can assume that in the time between now and the scene we're getting to, you would have had a chance to stop by the fashion shop where you could find magical baseball caps and dazzle-proof shades. You would have a chance to go to Bimpy's Kids, which is the water gnome run pet bug shop, where giant bugs can be bought that speaking as DM to player, they don't do much for you, but they are fun to have around. Things like giant butterflies or the horned hololot, which is a giant rhinoceros beetle, I imagine, that can hold lanterns for you, things like that. There's even Mystery Animal, but unfortunately today we're not going to have a chance to see Mystery Animal because we got to get back to that tunnel. So let me cut ahead here. There we go. So, as the festival's preparations draw to a close, the smoke from the smoldering volcano has crept over the town, painting the festivities with a sickly orange pallor. The townsfolk are nervous, but trying to put a brave face on for the situation. They crowd around you as you prepare to set off, cracking jokes and playing instruments. People have gotten that sluice gate open, the boat is untied, and as you board it, the villagers crowd the hidden chamber that you found, cheering and clapping. Your family members, your friends, anyone who would want to see you off is here, and people are having a mixture of misty eyes and excitement, wanting to know what this new world is like, but also wondering how you're going to get back up the mountain if this does put you at the bottom of it. But Spencer hushes the crowd for a final speech. We of sunny Upside Town are gathered here today on the afternoon of the Crocodile Festival to send off some of our bravest villagers into the mysterious world below. And there's a couple of like, whoo, and like, oh. No one has attempted this feat in living memory, and none may claim to know what awaits them in the wilderness. May they go with the blessings of their loved ones, and under the watchful eye of the cosmic crocodile, keeping them from all harm as they investigate the troubles plaguing our happy community and bring peace back to the mountain. Do the adventurers have any last remarks before you depart?
You know that one stone that's like. Wait, never mind. You don't need to know what I.
Continue. Do you think? Kind of look back.
Spencer kind of squints and goes, Puddles, you go first.
Ah. Bye.
Right. Well, our adventurers are keen to start their journey. How fortuitous for us. Okay.
Who next?
Anyone else?
We didn't do it. And if someone else says we did, they're a liar.
And you know that one weird shaped brick that looks kind of like a rock that's a broken brick? Don't touch it. Leave it.
You hear like a thud as like some dwarves that are working are like, was it this one?
And definitely, whatever you do not step on that oddly shaped colored stone in the middle of town. No, it's totally normal and fine.
But you still don't want to touch it.
And the water doesn't taste funny, it's your imagination.
You see like Apple like go to like try to scold you, but Goodburl kind of grabs her and it's just like, just let them go. They're about to be gone. They're doing their best. They're just two little Treeper kids.
Our
As he
little
says to the
frog mom is
trooper.
probably giving us like kisses and hugs before she goes.
Oh yeah, you know it.
Hmm.
She's just a little teary-eyed. My perfect babies, you've never done anything wrong, and this continues down
Mom, we're trying to
in
be
the
cool
deadly
heroes.
fog.
Yeah.
You're
And
embarrassing
you're
us.
so cool,
Don't go in her
honey.
closet.
You're so cool. I would. Why?
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
I love you. Bye-bye. There's like a
And with
spring-loaded
that-
crossbow in the closet.
Pointing towards the door.
Yeah.
She's like, don't check my closet, but if you do, crawl towards it. Awesome. Was anyone else wanting to give final words?
Dear citizens of Sunnyside Uptown, some of you might have hated me, but don't you worry. But then the world is in our capable hands. Just so you know, if you don't die, it's because of us. And we expect a party in our favor. But this may be the last time that I, Criminy, Buttons, Gupper, the First, see some of your faces. And that might be the last time that some of you see my face. He's just gonna keep going. But some of you might miss me. But if you don't, frick you.
Spencer kind of like steps in front and he says, right, that beautiful words, Buttons. Well, I think that we've all made our preparations. Everyone's given all they can to prepare our adventurers, and now there's one last thing to do. And with that, the delivery boy, dressed in the honorary robes of the Master of Ceremonies, with a crocodile-shaped hood the size of a full-grown person, clearly draped over him improperly, is lifted onto Spencer's shoulders, his bald little face sticking out from the hood, and says, with these final words, let the festival of the cosmic crocodile begin! And the boat is shoved off by many eager hands and shoots down this dark tunnel, just as an eruption of fireworks explodes in the sky above sunny Upside Town, making the earth tremble. The dark tunnel yawns away before you, pulling you into the mysterious unknown. And with that, we are starting a skill challenge.
Oh.
So for the folks at home, if you're not familiar with this D&D mechanic, this is basically going to be a series of quick obstacles that the party can take turns using skill checks to avoid or crash into, depending on how well they roll. It's a little more complicated than that, but all my players have been briefed in advance, so we're going to move right into it. So, as this boat rushes along at breakneck speeds down the dark tunnel, surrounded by the roaring of swiftly moving water, you notice, looming suddenly out of the darkness ahead, a sturdy wooden gate barring your path. A glowing magenta rune is emblazoned on its surface. If you don't do something soon, your boat will crash right into it.
Uh-oh.
Now, on this, the relevant checks are going to be Arcana, History, or Investigation. And I will, as a quick reminder, say that one person will make a primary check. Everyone else will make the same skills check that can potentially benefit that main check. That is the gist of it.
And those are all
So
intelligence checks for a party.
Is it?
Is anyone proficient in any of those?
No.
I have a +3 in investigation.
now remember, on top of this, for one, everyone's going to make the check that is chosen, but two, you can substitute one check per obstacle with an item, a spell, or an ability, and based on its effectiveness, could just surpass the check.
Okay, so this is a rune, you said.
Yes, there is a glowing magenta rune emblazoned on the surface of a wooden gate barring your path.
So if we hit the rune with something, like a spell,
Oh. Thorn
maybe?
whip?
What you thought of everything? It
It's
could
the
be
only
that.
spell I have. It's the only one that does damage. Do we want to roll
Do
a check?
it.
Or
Do it. Why not?
Thorn whip
Just
the
do
door.
it. Just do it. They send off the adventurers.
Awesome.
They crash in the first obstacle, and it's like, we tried.
I should also mention the success and failure conditions. You want to build 3 successes before
Okay.
you build 3 failures.
Okay, we got this.
What defines a success?
Succeeding.
Whether you roll and the number is higher than the one that you need to hit.
Okay,
Okay.
13.
So what we can do here, if you want to use what did you roll?
I rolled to attack with Thorn Whip.
I see. So what we'll do here is Thorn Whip will be a supportive move
Okay.
or a primary move. What do we want to do?
I think it's the primary move.
Okay.
Right?
Primary. Yeah.
Primary.
All right, then I'm going to say everyone else go ahead and roll, we'll say investigation or arcana.
Okay.
3.
7.
3, 7, and
11.
11. So luckily, the support checks only need to beat a 10 to add
Okay.
a bonus. So that is going to give an additional +2 to the main check. And the main check was what? A 14?
13. So that's a 15 now.
13. A 15. You whip this thorn whip forward, everyone trying to essentially with this check just tell you which part to hit, and you crash into it with this whip, and it doesn't seem to do anything. But as one of you yells, "Dang, I really thought that would open it," as soon as the word open is spoken out loud, it begins to slide open, but a little too late. And you crash into it, kind of hitting your head on the top of or on the bottom of the bars as it slides forward. That's going to be the first failure.
Oh.
Oh no.
This is how we end.
That's okay. It can only go up from here.
We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
All right. After passing the runic gate, the tunnel suddenly opens into a broad cavern. The water flows just as swiftly through this room, and the moment the logboat enters, a cloud of tiny screeching bats descend from the ceiling. They have wrinkly, pale mushrooms growing from their noses, and they swoop down aggressively at you, trying to drive you off. I will take animal handling, intimidation, or nature.
I got a +4 to intimidation.
Go for
Or
it.
+5 for animal handling. I have
Ooh,
a +5 for animal handling.
that works for
I have a
me.
+5 for intimidation.
Intimidation, I think, might be our consistently best one in the group because I also
Let's-
have like a +3 to it.
Yeah, I have
Mhm.
a +4. So we let's all do intimidation then.
Yeah. I think that'd be
Yeah.
the one.
Okay. And then we let's use
Whew.
All right, so who is going to be
Zags
the
as the
primary check?
I think
Maybe
It should be.
Zag
Button.
probably.
Oh,
Yeah,
Zag?
Zag's.
Oh, Zag's good at
Zag,
it. Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Zag has a
okay.
+5.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
more
yeah.
than
All right.
So
yeah, for
Zag
sure.
will intimidate.
Okay, and it's
You read
a 17 plus. It's a 22.
A
Nice.
22, just on your own.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, I'm normally everyone would need to roll their intimidation as well, but a 22 is just going to straight up go over this DC. I
Thank
needed
you.
19 here.
He like stands on the edge of the boat
Zach,
and it's like,
yeah.
"Are you not entertained?" That's what I asked.
You like light up some of your sparklers and they start scaring the bats off.
Yeah.
And with that, the bats are driven off. You drive them off, and the path just opens wide up. That's our first success. So we are 1-1 right now. Immediately, the river grows narrow again as the logboat shoots out of the cavern and back into a tunnel. A maze of large stalactites and stalagmites loom out of the distance, surrounded by roaring white water, threatening to crush your boat into pieces here. I will take acrobatics, athletics, perception, and survival.
Ooh,
I'm pretty good at acrobatics, guys.
I've got
Acrobatics is
advantage.
+3 for
Mhm.
me.
I have advantage on
I
acrobatics.
agree.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, I got a +6.
Oh my gosh.
That advantage on acrobatics is your trailblaze thing, and that's only when you're near an enemy.
That is an enemy.
These stalactites are very
They're
enemy.
very enemy-ish.
They're antagonistic.
They make me
Exactly.
nervous.
That's in the thesaurus. That's the same thing.
Same
Are we,
word.
are we all right if I take the lead, dodging?
Yeah,
the
go for
stalactites?
it.
All you.
Sure.
That is an 18 plus 6. That's a 24.
Nice.
Oh my god.
19.
Well, I have some good news for you. I didn't make the DC higher than 24. Zig, how
Yeah.
is your tiny frame going to use acrobatics to get around this?
I like to think that like he's almost because he has super strong little legs, so he's gonna actually. Yeah, he's gonna kind of like as they're falling, like kick them and kind of keep pushing them around and like just using his legs to propel himself from like one to the other to kind of just zigzag between them.
Very nice.
Oh, smart.
Hell yeah.
With this impressive display from Zig, you zig and zag all
Let's
over
go.
these
Yeah.
stalactites. That is success number 2. We only need one more from you. So, steering past these obstacles, the illuminating crystal lodged onto the front of your boat begins to flicker and is threatening to go out. I will take Arcana, Investigation, or Sleight of Hand.
I got a
Sleight of
+4 to
hand.
sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand. I have a +3. Zig?
And
I got a plus
I have
one.
+6, so I can also like contribute
Yeah.
to the support.
Beautiful.
You can do that. You can do the main.
Yeah.
You can be the main again.
Do we take it in turns?
Can't
to
do the
the
main twice in a row.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if one of you guys do it, but then I'll be able to pretty much guarantee a support. So
Then I could do it as a
Yeah,
+4 and just see
you
what
go for
happens.
it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Dexterity. Ooh.
Bailing
That's
out. Ooh.
okay. That's a 7. Okay, that looked like a 1. That's a 7 plus 4, 11.
All right, 11. So
Um,
everyone else needs to also roll that.
and anything above a 10 is
dexterity?
a +2, right?
Correct.
So I got a 17 plus
I got a
whatever.
16.
So
I got a 20.
16, 17, and a 20. All right. So for each person that passes the support check, that's +2 to the main one. So +6 to an 11 is 17. The DC was 18. The crystal
No!
flickers out. You are suddenly in the most complete darkness that you have maybe ever been in your life. You are inside your home mountain in the dark, moving faster than any boat in town has ever moved.
Uh-oh.
And just off of the slight bit of light that was there before you turned this corner, you notice an enormous silvery spider web stretching from wall to wall, and a big pale cave spider looking at its
Oh, I
edge,
hate
waiting for tasty
spiders.
prey to get trapped.
Oh, I hate spiders.
Can I shoot a fireball?
Do you have a fireball?
I think I do. Hold on, let me find it. In my spells, I have produce flame.
that's not a fireball, unfortunately.
It's
Worth
not.
the shot. Worth the shot.
So it's not-
I like the spirit.
It is not the spell fireball. It is fire, and you can attack with it.
It
so
says I can
yes.
hurl the flame within 30 feet.
Perfect. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna let you make a spell attack roll as the main thing here.
Mhm.
The to hit is going to be a 20. So people can do, let's say, survival checks to as the supportive rolls.
Okay. I have a +5, so I might get close to it at least.
21 for the support.
Ooh.
Ooh.
20.
I got a 22.
Let's go! Fireball!
perfect.
We're good, we're good,
Very
we're good.
nice.
Fireball!
Yeah! Do I need to roll
This is
for
like
damage or anything?
you don't need to roll for damage.
Okay.
As you stand up once again, your sparklers went out just in time for the crystal to go out as well. And you're already thinking it's time to light things back up. And as soon as that flame is produced in front of you, you see the spiders and just throw it forward. And luckily, going right in front of you, you burn a quick hole in the web and your boat shoots right through it.
Yeah!
Let's go away.
Yeah!
That is the third success here.
Zig and Zag just helping us make sure we survive all of this. All Puddles and Buttons have no idea what's
The
happening.
years of like pyrotechnics have paid off so well.
This is not the
Awesome.
dynamic I expected for the four of us at all.
No, it's been perfect.
Oh my god.
So, shooting through that spider web, right through the flames as they dissipate, a blinding circle of white light looms out of the darkness. The end of the tunnel is just ahead. The rock walls narrow, concentrating the water into a boiling roil, shooting the logboat at incredible speed out of the end of the tunnel. You are suddenly soaked in an icy downpour as your boat blasts through the back of a waterfall and out the other side. Arcing through the air, soaked to the skin, you have one brief glimpse out over the sea of fog. The lone mountain looms in the distance like a brown stain in the warm afternoon light, sending clouds of dirty ash into the blue sky. Then, You plunge directly into the sea of fog. For the first time in anyone's lives in sunny Upside Town, someone is going to find out what's below, should they survive. You are enveloped by glittering white clouds, completely obscuring your vision and filling your noses and mouths. A tingling sensation washes over your bodies. For a brief moment, the sea of fog seems to buoy up your falling party, slowing your descent. But the moment does not last. With a loud popping in your ears, you plunge out the bottom of the sea of fog and into darkness. For the first time in your lives, the warmth of the sun is gone. Chill, damp air rises up to meet you, and as your eyes adjust, the world stretches out beneath you like a vast painting. There's almost too much for you to take in at once. A deep and vast rainforest spreads its thick green canopy across the dark world, ancient and vast, painted with more shades of green and blue than you've ever seen. To the north, the towering jungle trees are interspersed with stone quarries and towering stelae. Cyan blue lightning forks its tongues over the trees, illuminating the shadowy wilderness in an eerie glow. To your south, a sluggish and broad brown river, visible even from these heights, winds its murky way through the trees like an enormous snake. Past the wetlands, a tree towers over the canopy, seeming almost alive as it dances in the wind, covered in fiery orange blossoms. Directly ahead and far to the east, the base of the lone mountain rests amidst a forest of sickly white trees, bare of all foliage. Something white and glowing is shining amidst those trees, sending beams of light towards the sky. The ground rises towards you at sickening speed. You plummet through a broad opening in the forest canopy. Leaves the size of beds buffet you from side to side. The steady thrum of thousands of creatures echoing calls you've never heard fills your ears, and massive downpours of water match your velocity. Below you, the waterfall empties out into a wide pool, and so do you. You
Ooh.
hit the water hard, all in your boat.
Ooh.
Plunging upwards to catch your breath, the first thing you see is that pure darkness. As your eyes adjust to a lack of sunlight for the first time, gasping for breath, many blurry sets of gleaming eyes staring at you out of the darkness are revealed. Big, dark shapes are hunched on a dam surrounding this deep pool, made of stony rubble and felled trees. One of the dark shapes lets out a wet, reverberating hiss, revealing a pair of obsidian black buck teeth. Its whiskers drip with water and slime, and you notice something horrible. A ridge of bright orange mushroom is growing right out of the monster's back, fanning out along the length of its body and ending in a huge, poisonously colored shelf mushroom tail. A trail of spores gushes from the creature's eyes and mouth. You feel something shake and shudder, and one of your packs that had submerged under the water flaps open. Floating to the surface, you see the obsidian shears pointing towards this creature, and they snap open, ready to be used. Of their own accord, they point directly towards these monstrous beavers, orienting you like a compass towards the first step of your odyssey. With a heavy splash, the beasts leap into the water, swimming right towards you to attack. And that is where we are going to end it today.
We're gonna die.
That was so
We're
cool.
gonna die. This is death.
We're totes dead.
I don't think we're in sunny upside anymore.
You're fine.
They're like
you guys,
kicking our
you guys
heels
remember
together.
what I said. You guys will be fine. Like I said, the playtests were 30 sessions long. Surely it didn't take them 30 sessions to get here, right?
No, no.
Jeez.
Oh my gosh.
Awesome.
Yay.
That was cool.
I
This
love
is
was so cool.
that.
Yay.
I appreciate it. We have been working hard here. Thank you guys so much for joining this game.
Thank
This
you for
is,
having me.
I guess I should give you all a chance to say your names and what you want people to go towards before you take off, and then we're gonna have a section just talking about the book. Is that right,
Yeah.
Gracie?
Doing just a little finishing section, and a little giveaway at the end. So,
Yeah.
Exactly.
introduce
cool.
yourself.
Yeah, okay, we'll go
Someone else
back
first.
on the. I will. Then, hi,
Yeah.
I was Quincy. I had the immense honor and privilege to play a little unhinged boy named Buttons. It was super fun. You can find me on the internet, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok mostly, under Quincy's Tavern or Quincy LK, where I create fantasy tavern content, where I make food, drink in a very accessible cooking style, with poetry and stories, all based from a tavern keeper's POV to a wandering traveler. But I love playing D&D, and Gracie was like, would you want to play in this like silly little game with like Rainforest and like you play little guides? And I'm like, yes, I'm down. And this was so much fun. This was so much fun, genuinely. Passing it on, Ozza.
I was Ozza or Ozzaworld. You can find me on everything as Ozzaworld, but specifically, if you like D&D, I am the writer and artist behind a webtoon original called Rainsporest, and it's 4-panel silly D&D comics about a group of adventurers doing just about every degenerate murder hobo terrible thing that a group of adventurers can do. So yeah, if you would like 4-panel silly D&D comics, you can just search Rainsporest, and that's me everywhere. It's on Reddit too, so you can see it there. Passing it over to my identical twin brother, Zach.
Twinning, we're winning. Hi, everybody. My name is Waywardseon, and you can find me everywhere with the same name. But I'm an animation YouTuber, and I tell stories, and I make little funny videos and stuff. Yeah, if you like the drawings, you should definitely go check me out there, because I tell stories of the things that happened in my life, and I'm probably going to end up making a video about this too. So if you want to see this whole little thing animated, you should go watch it. Go over there. Yeah. Also, Gracie's in a lot of them, and she's adorable. So you get more Gracie if you watch me. It's a win-win.
Thank you guys so much.
Awesome.
For
Thanks so
playing.
much again, guys, for being players here. This has been super special. We are going to let our pals here go because they don't really have the answers to Q&A. Maybe you do, though. Who knows? You've learned a lot today with your high
improv
intelligence.
I'm very
honestly.
invested.
Awesome. But we are just about to get into a Q&A as well as a giveaway of 5 PDF copies of this adventure book. Everything that you just watched happen is the start of a 20 to 30th session campaign book that is going to be kickstarting April 7th. 5 PDF copies and 1 special edition physical copy coming up after our Q&A.
Thanks for having us. Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, this was so much fun.
Bye.
This was
Bye.
great.
See you
Have a good
later.
one, y'all.
Thank you for
Bye.
playing. This is getting all
Sweet.
wonky. Let me swap over to here.
All right.
Let me-
And in the meantime, my partner Katie, who is the only other person helping write this book, this crazy book, is going to hop on to help do the Q&A with us.
Perfect. Swap that. There we go.
And I'll move my Avagapo buddy out of the frame a little bit so she
You're
has room.
good. I have to
This is one of the guys from the book.
hold on. I need to add this onto my gosh. I need to add on that into where is my stuff? I have it just on my
rush.
chatting screen because I don't when everyone left the call it got all wonky and
All good.
everyone got out of place. So let me just do a little oh goodness, how am I gonna do this? Just gonna do
There we go.
There we go.
Just fit right back here.
Perfect.
Am I in the shot?
Yes, you should.
Should I just
Let
like
me
rest
do
here?
that, and then let me just.
I can't hear anything, so oh, there we go. There we go. Hi everyone. I'm truly a Vaporeon or Katie. I've been in the chat like the whole time. That was the hardest I've laughed in a long time. I was losing it on the couch downstairs. Oh my god. I
I'm
wasn't
so
prepared
glad.
for how wild you guys were gonna be.
Just a little
We
silly.
really found the perfect players. Or I should say Gracie found the perfect players. Gracie reached out to me. I was like, hey, do you like D&D?
I
And she
love
was like, oh,
D&D.
but
I love
it's
D&D.
like, all right, go find some friends and we'll play D&D.
No one's ever been that aggro towards Sally. I wasn't prepared for it.
Yeah, Sally's one of the
So
NPCs we built.
good.
Like, all right, you have to have some that are just nice and helpful.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
Well, you know.
Okay, so I have a couple like FAQ type questions that we've gotten from a lot of people, just
Yeah.
basic stuff about the book. So as Clay mentioned, it's launching on April 7th on Kickstarter. But until April 7th, we have a special like pre-order bonus that you can get. If you put down like $1 committing to basically ordering the book whenever it is available, you get this special boss monster that's called the Dragon King Cordyceps. And it's the skeleton of an ancient dragon that has been animated by fey mushrooms that have brought it to life. And it's
cool.
lurking in the darkest corners of the rainforest. And it's really good for terrorizing your party with. If they do something you don't want them to do, you can just bring out the Dragon King.
I love it.
Yeah, and you can check that out at play.rainsforestodyssey.com.
That is a pinned chat
But that's
message.
what's going
That link right there.
Yes, it's in the chat.
It's
Exactly.
pinned.
Thank you so
can
much
click
for
on
doing
it.
that.
Yeah. And while we're going
And
through
that is
those
just one of
FAQs,
the. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say while we're going through those FAQs, if you want to do !enter in chat, you can start getting some entries for those little
Oh, perfect.
giveaways by the
Yes.
end of the FAQ. !enter. All you have to do is one time, but just to make sure, do it. So when you do that, I will make sure that it's working. So we'll
Yep.
see. But
Perfect.
!enter.
Yes, and that is
Yes, it's working.
that
There we
is
go.
the totally free way to enter. Sounds like
Yes.
it's going well. And if you want to help us out a little bit more than entering the giveaway, all we really want from you is to be able to tell you as soon as we launch. So that website, play.rainsporestodyssey.com, is where you can give us your email, and we're just going to say, hey, all those weird frogs that you saw, you could buy it now.
Yippee!
Okay, so let's move into the FAQ. One of the questions that we have gotten the most from people is like, obviously it's Dungeons and Dragons, so it's like a fantasy, you know, swords and sorcery type setting. But people wanted to know how much of the book is inspired by like real world biology, real animals, real plants, and how much of it is just like fantasy fluff.
Yeah.
Cool. You want me to take that?
Yes.
So we are very heavily inspired by real world biology. Everything, the salmon you're not really gonna find out in the real world, but the idea of them swimming up the waterfalls and stuff is like a very classic salmon thing, and that's kind of the mix and the approach we take. You'll also notice that a lot of the playable races are rare or even endangered species. Things like the kakapo, are a real bird. Kiwis are obviously something that requires some conservation efforts as well. And we try to mix that sort of thing in and provide a little bit of awareness and just kind of show how cool they are, because obviously a lot of people kind of laugh at kiwi. They're very silly creatures, but it's nice to be able to kind of build a little bit more attachment. And then as far as the fact that, as you saw, you're going into a big old rainforest that is kind of just the shorthand for, hey, there's a lot of creatures in this story, and that's the route we take.
I love it.
Perfect.
So cute.
Yeah, actually, all of the playable animal races are based on either endangered or critically endangered animals. The Dualas is based on the dhole or the Asiatic red dog. There's the kakapa, the kui, both types of treeper. I mean, they're all animals that really exist that actually are having some success in their conservation efforts. So we want to like keep pushing it in that same direction.
Exactly.
Another question that we've got is like, the Kickstarter is obviously not live yet, but people want to know like what are some of the coolest things that are going to be on the Kickstarter? Are there going to be stretch goals? Are there going to be more races that you can play, more monsters? Just what's going to be on there, basically.
Yeah, so I would say some of the coolest things that you're going to get if you back our Kickstarter, for one, is the monsters in general. We've got at least 30 custom monsters at this point, probably more, but I don't want to oversell it. We've gone pretty crazy with it. You're not going to fight any like normal D&D monsters in this book.
Yeah.
It is all custom stuff, and we're not reusing monsters that often either. Like there will be 30 locations with 30 different monsters, that type of ratio. And often you'll find them kind of encroaching on each other's territory and interacting in interesting ways, which brings us to the world itself. It is obviously a big rainforest exploration, but when people talk about D&D, they often talk about needing to fix overland travel. We did that by basically making this entire jungle a mega dungeon. So everything here is this like action-packed, interesting. There's nothing that just exists to make the world work necessarily. It's all kind of built in tandem with each other. If we have a cool monster idea, we make a cool location that will kind of add to the story there. As far as like goodies that you get, there's a lot of cool stuff. So obviously you can get our normal book, you can get our special edition book, which just has some incredible art. Honestly, one of my favorite pieces of art I've ever seen. So you should definitely go check it out when that comes out. Then if you back at a higher tier, we've got all sorts of stuff. You should, in our box set, you're going to get 3 sets of dice. You're going to get meeples of the playable races. You can get like a little Dwala's figure, not like a 3D printed thing, but like what you would get in a board game, which I personally enjoy more. It's a little cuter and more hand touched. You're going to get
DM screen, character sheets, stickers, a real fungal journal. You're going to have everything you need to play, basically. So that's like, if you don't have any D&D stuff and you want to get this and play it with your friends, it'll have everything you need.
Exactly. Everything that we threw in here was basically how can we make the game experience better. So even things as detailed as our DM screen, we are going to have whiteboard material on it so you can take notes on the DM screen. We want things to be as functional as possible. And we're even going to have some stretch goals, like a big board game style foldable map that shows the entire adventure. And then these fog tiles of whiteboard material you place over it so you can hide the locations from your players and they can't tell what direction will lead to what. And you take them off as they discover the world, and they can make notes on the fog trying to figure out what might be under it.
That's really cool.
The other stretch goal I really want to talk about that I hope so bad we can get to is that I have 2 more playable races that I've had in the back of my mind since we started this project. There's one race called the Manuli that is based off of the Palace Cat, which is those little, they almost look like raccoons. They're like chubby gray and white striped wildcats that live in the Himalayas. We have a race based on those that I'm hoping we can get to. And then there's also a race based on fruit bats that I would really, really like if we could include. They have like
That's so
limited gliding
cute.
abilities. They have like laughter-based magic.
Aw.
That's my like number one thing that I hope we can get to. I really couldn't justify just putting it in the base book just for like budgetary reasons, but please get me to the fruit bats.
Fruit bats, so
Yeah.
cute.
And all sorts of things. I wasn't sure, Gracie, were we able to play the song
No,
in the intro?
with the chaos of
All good. I just yeah,
everything,
no, it's totally fine. It's
but
not
I'm so
important. All
it's
of that to
very
bring up,
pretty.
we have custom commissioned a really incredible piece of music that is going to be in our trailer, and another stretch goal is going to be to essentially get a entire soundtrack made by that composer and one other who behind the scenes Gracie literally brought up as what she was listening to during
It's what
this
y'all have
session.
heard, music for bugs. I've talked about it
Music
before
for
in
bugs.
general. I love music for bugs.
We Cammy Day of Music for Bugs. We're not like contracted locked in or anything, but that is one of the people we've talked the most about getting music from, and we hope to bring them on. So that's another stretch goal that you guys have to help us get to.
Another question that people keep asking us is like, is this homebrew compatible? I know a lot of people who play Humblewood are really interested in like carrying on, like finishing their Humblewood adventure and then moving into Rainsporest. Like, is this compatible with homebrew, with other campaign settings? Like, is it flexible, basically?
And I would say a big, strong, bold yes to that. We are not fans of trying to play D&D very rigidly, as hopefully you could tell from the way that session went. Uh,
Chaos.
I mean, exactly. We built this to where if you're only using this book, you've got a complete world, a complete story to tell in the world. And like if you just use stuff from the book, you're gonna have a great time. But also, it's a world completely shrouded in fog, so you can pick that concept up and put it into any world you want it to be
That's
in,
true.
and just say, "Oh, yeah, in the distance it used to be just fog, but we just realized that there's a mountain with people on it," or that sort of thing. Or you can, have players teleport to it, or just use our monsters in other worlds.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel confidently enough in each individual piece of our design that if you just lifted that and threw away everything else, it's still going to be a major add to whatever style you're already playing with.
For sure.
Absolutely. Well, that definitely answers that question. It is almost 8 o'clock, so we should probably wrap up soon. Gracie, did we get the entries that you needed for the giveaway?
Yeah, so I have some entries. If anyone else wants to do !enter, we can start running those. I have paused my ads. I'm on my last like
Oh, smart.
delay, so I want to make sure that we can get
Appreciate
that
it.
before. So we have like
Yes.
maybe 3 minutes, 3-ish minutes. So
All right, let's go for
!enter
it.
for anyone who would like to. I'll start running those. I would say when it is announced. How do we want to contact them? Do we want them to DM you on Twitch? Would that be the best way to first
Probably
get into
email us
contact?
at nat2press at yes. Wow, I really blanked out there. Hello at nat2press.com.
Okay. So
And that's
it's
NATTWO, which is the name of our company.
just at nat2press.com?
Hello at
Hello. Okay,
nat2press.com.
perfect. So yeah, get those enters in and I will start rolling
Perfect.
those entries. So let's do the first one. It should announce in chat. Da, da, da. Noctless! You are the first one. And then, so we're doing 5? Is that right?
Yes, 5
5.
PDF copies and then 1 special edition physical hardcover book.
Awesome. So I will roll 6. So these first 5 are for the the giveaway. So then we'll do it again. Winner number 2, Dusky! Congratulations! And we'll reroll again. Yippee! Ajax! Yippee! That's 3.
Perfect.
Oh, wait, hang on. I have to delete. Dusky, you don't win twice. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that it wouldn't remove
win,
it.
You win 2 PDF copies.
2 digital.
I think
I'll
so.
send it to you twice.
Here we go. 4. Jinback! You win!
Ooh.
Yippee! All right, that's 4. Yippee! If anyone else wants to enter, we have 2 more that we can do. Exclamation point enter will get you in. All right,
The last
one
one's gonna
more.
be the real hardcover book.
Last
Don't
one's
miss
gonna
it.
be the
I
real
would do
hardcover book.
I would do
Oh.
anything for Zig and Zag.
My earbud just died.
I'm gonna miss
Just in
them
time.
so bad.
We're 5.
Do you want the other earbud?
Sure.
There you go.
Yippee!
And I can close this out.
Alrighty. So those are our 5 PDF copies. Last one. Exclamation
All
point
right.
enter.
Here's the
If
big
you
one.
haven't entered. Last one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Da-da-da.
Who won?
Catalyst! Congratulations! You get the special edition copy.
All right. Congrats, everybody. Thank you for joining these giveaways and hanging out with us for hours playing our game.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, thank
Winners,
you
please
so
email us
much.
hello@nat2press@gmail.com. We will get those
Yes.
books to you.
I really want to express what you are looking at is the entire company right now. We have been writing this in our house for over 2 years. We have been trying real hard to get this out, and we're almost there. April 7th is when our Kickstarter is going to launch.
So excited.
And within those 30 days, we're going to see how many of those stretch goals, how many new songs we're going to get, how much new map art we're going to get. Fruit bats, everything. So I really hope to see you there.
So excited. Oh, I, for one, cannot wait. So thank you so much for DMing. Thank you for creating this awesome supplement and story
Thanks
and
for hosting.
everything.
Thank you.
It was so fun, and I look forward to seeing how everything goes and grows.
All right, y'all. Take care.
You as well. Bye-bye.
All right. Goodbye.
Alrighty, friends. That's all I got today. The ad's about to start. Thank you for watching my first ever D&D stream. I hope you enjoyed the silly chaos that we got to do in a new area with my friends. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry for the ad break hitting right now. Thank you so much for being here. I had truly the best time. This was so silly and fun. And if you want more D&D streams, maybe we'll have more D&D streams in the future because I had a really good time with this. So, be expecting a campaign of this after it ships for real. Let's go. We are going to do a raid. Who is live? I don't even know what's going on. Who is streaming stuff? Honestly, send it. Is there a stream tomorrow? There is. I will be live tomorrow with Town of Salem. I'll be playing Secret Hitler. I'm not sure if I'm going to play in. I'm just going to stream Secret Hitler. I think we might just be doing. I think I might just be streaming Town of Salem. So tomorrow at like 2:30-ish Central Time, I'll be live with that. I have another surprise. For tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Because I'm not in my room right now. You might know why. You might not. And if not, come check it out on stream. Thank you for being here, friends. Be sure to take care of yourselves. Eat some food, drink some water, stretch, rest, the whole shebang. And if you won the giveaway, email them hello@nat2press@gmail.com. And redeem your reward. So thank you for being here. Take care. I love you all so much, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye, friends. Bye bye.